Chapter 4:26. Meridians. Should I reconstruct them or not? In the cultivation room, Fong Ping looked at the recovery of his flesh with a serious expression. This was the best opportunity to reconstruct his meridians. However, when Old Man Li forged his golden body previously, he did not reconstruct his meridians. Fong Ping suddenly gritted his teeth. He was not going to reconstruct it. At this point, there was not much meaning in reconstructing meridians. Old Man Li could circulate vitality force through the cells in his body, so he could do the same. The next moment, Fong Ping directly absorbed a large amount of imperishable substance, completely regenerating his flesh and blood. Outside the room, the Grandmaster's expressions changed slightly. Wu Quishan remained calm and collected, while Old Man Li frowned slightly. Fong Ping did not reconstruct his meridians. The flesh has been reborn. At this moment, Fong Ping was no longer a skeleton. He had returned to his normal state. However, the golden bones in Xiao Chen's body continued to tremble. His body, which had just recovered, was still unable to support the power of the golden bones. Fong Ping frowned, continuing to absorb the golden, imperishable substance. On the other hand, he was also absorbing huge amounts of energy into his body. Outside, Wu Quishan no longer hesitated. He took out a crystal bottle and poured all the life essence into it. The few rank 8s were breathing rapidly. Mother of asterisk Kerr, how extravagant! MCMAU's extravagance was boundless. In order to let Fong Ping reconstruct his flesh and blood, the price he had to pay made them feel sorry for MCMAU. Among the few rank 8s who did not make a move, one of them said softly, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, your university really values Fong Ping." Wu Quishan smiled faintly. "It's his own money." The few of them were slightly stunned. Wu Quishan did not explain. This kid was rich, and the school still needed a large sum of money from him. When the life essence energy surged into the cultivation room, Fong Ping hurriedly began to absorb it. The mellow life energy and the imperishable substance started to stabilize his body. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to relax. He was too lazy to absorb the energy from the energy stones in the room. It was too time-consuming, and he still had to absorb and convert them. In the next moment, an almost limitless amount of vitality surged out of Fong Ping's body and began to transform every cell in his body. Old Man Li had spent a few years to allow his cells to withstand vitality force and allow vitality to spread densely. That was because this step consumed far too much vital energy. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not care. He still had 18 billion wealth points, which could be converted into 18 million calories vitality, which was equivalent to the total vitality of 1,800 peak rank 6 martial artists. Old Man Li's peak vitality was only 10,000 cal previously. Now that his vitality had been depleted, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to replenish it. Moreover, the consumption was not low. After a year, Old Man Li would only be able to recover 1,000,000 cal of vitality. In reality, Old Man Li would not do that. The consumption was too high, and he could not afford it. During those years, he only tempered his body every now and then, not every day and night. Based on his consumption rate, the vitality he would eventually consume would be about 1,000,000 cal. However, he had been doing it for a long time. Fong Ping wanted to complete this step in one go. When endless vitality force surged into Fong Ping's body, the excessive vitality force caused his flesh to crumble. The imperishable substance and life essence were also constantly repairing his flesh wounds, giving him enough time to hone his flesh cells. After a few minutes, just as Fong Ping was honing his cells, he suddenly frowned. Then, the piece of flesh he had tempered suddenly shattered. No. Fong Ping frowned immediately. Outside the room, Chen Yunqi asked hurriedly, "Dean, what's wrong with him?" Old Man Li suppressed the irritation in his heart and said in a low voice, "It's nothing. There's just too much energy." His physique is not strong enough yet, causing it to crumble. He'll be fine after adapting for a while. This won't do. Fong Ping frowned. Suddenly he thought of something. In the next moment, Fong Ping shattered all his flesh. Outside the room, Wu Quishan suddenly shouted, "Fong Ping, what are you doing?" Did this kid know how much imperishable substance and life essence had been used to help him recover his flesh? Fong Ping's hoarse voice could be heard. "I know. Don't worry, Vice-Chancellor." Having said that, flesh appeared on Fong Ping's hand bone again. This time, Fong Ping did not use vitality force to hone it. Instead, he condensed a large amount of celestiality and enveloped the hand bone directly. He thought of the last time when Lu Fengru forced the fusion. Celestiality was stronger than vitality force. Logically speaking, the golden skeleton and golden body should be able to withstand the power of heaven and earth. If he wanted his flesh to withstand the power of golden bones, then he had to forge a body that could withstand celestiality. His previous body that could only withstand vitality force was still too weak. Fong Ping's action made the few rank 8s from outside dumbfounded. The tanned old man from Siam could not help but ask, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, is your school's prodigy a rank 8 or a rank 5? Was this really a rank 5 martial artist? Unlimited vitality, golden bones, and celestiality. Do you think I'll believe you if you say he's a rank 5? Wu Quishan was speechless. Another powerhouse beside him smiled bitterly. "Rank 5? I see that his internal organs have not turned golden yet. There are signs of energy leakage. The Sanjiao gate should not be closed, but this." However, this rank 5 did not fit the image of a rank 5 at all. The few powerhouses from Sino Nation were also amazed. Among them, the rank 8 female in green said enviously, "MCMAU is really going to produce a monster. According to this development, if he condenses a golden body this time, once the Sanjiao gate is closed and his mentality continues to grow, he can achieve rank 8 in the shortest time possible." Wu Quishan chuckled. "Doesn't your Qingtian mountain have a few prodigies too?" The woman in green smiled bitterly. "A 25-year-old rank 5. If it were in the past, Qingtian mountain would naturally be proud. However, martial arts universities are extremely powerful now. Rank 4 and 5 students are emerging. Not to mention Fong Ping, Enamidi Wang Jinyang, CCMAU Li Hansong, including your schools Qin Wenlong and Qin Fengqing. These people are extremely young. Chen Wenlong is 23 this year. Qin Fengqing should be reaching rank 5 soon." And the woman in green looked at Chen Yunxi and the others beside her. Her expression became even more bitter. She said softly, "These students are not that old, right? They are all Fong Ping's classmates. Then they are sophomores." The woman was speechless. These people should be about the same age as Fong Ping, around 20 years old. Chun Yunxi and Zhao Lei had reached peak rank 3. Fu Chongding was almost there. Yang Xiaoman and the others should not take too long. Rank 4 was right around the corner. Would rank 5 need 2 years? Even if it was 2 years, they would only be 22 years old. Qingtian Mountain had a few prodigies who had stepped into rank 5 at around 25 years old. In the sect world, they were famous for a while. However, compared to martial arts universities, they were still far behind. The woman did not talk much about Qingtian Mountain. Instead, she talked about something else. She said, "Guangxing Temple's little monk Chanji has entered rank 6. He's only 30 years old. Guangxing Temple's heritage is deep. High Grandmaster Zhao's Wangwu Mountain has also produced many prodigies in recent years. They are much stronger than our Qingtian Mountain. Wanshan Temple." At the mention of Wanshan Temple, the woman in green suddenly frowned. "I heard that someone found the old monk from Wanshan Temple. His name is also on the ranking list. Is he back?" Wanshan Temple was the sect where the rank 3 monk Fong Ping had challenged Monk Jessa was from. Fong Ping beat him up. Later, that guy beat Yi Qing up. Before this, Wanshan Temple did not have a grandmaster. The previous abbot of Wanshan Temple had been in the catacombs for many years. There had been no trace of him. Recently, however, there were rumors that the old monk who had been in the catacombs had returned. Moreover, he had entered the 7 ranking list directly. This surprised many people. Wu Quishan nodded slightly. He said he's back. However, his injuries are not light. I heard that he has been in the catacombs for a long time. He wanted to condense a golden body, but did not succeed. Golden body! The woman in green shook her head slightly. It was not easy to achieve a golden body. She had condensed a golden body. Although she looked like she was only in her 30s or 40s, in reality, she was already close to 100 years old. Fong Ping did not know either. Otherwise, he would have complained in his heart. Why was a centenarian pretending to be a young married woman? The woman in green did not continue talking about Wanshan Temple. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said in a low voice, "Is there any news about Lu Zhen?" Wu Quishan frowned slightly. He shook his head. Lu Zhen was his father-in-law. However, since he had appeared once 2 years ago, there was no news of him anymore. Now, Lu Zhen's name was not on the ranking list. Peak rank 7 Lu Zhen's ability was not weak. Whether he was dead or alive, it was difficult to determine at the moment. The old monk of Wanshan Temple had returned after disappearing for so many years. Lu Zhen might not be dead. Wu Quishan did not say much. Lu Zhen and the woman in green were from the same generation. His seniority was 1 generation lower than the few rank 8s present. However, when powerhouses had reached this stage, age did not matter. As long as they were not teachers and students or related by blood, and their abilities were similar, they would naturally treat each other as equals. While they were talking in the cultivation room, Fong Ping condensed a gush of celestiality. It was not too strong, about 5C or so. He was constantly compressing the flesh on his hand. Wu Quishan took a look. He frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Using celestiality to hone an ordinary flesh body might be very difficult." Having said that, Wu Quishan turned to look at Huang Jing and said, "Go get some high-ranked monster blood." Huang Jing did not move. He said in a low voice, "I can't do less. Bring it all." "All right." Huang Jing nodded and disappeared quickly. After a while, Huang Jing returned. At this moment, Huang Jing was carrying a few crystal jars the size of water tanks. One of the jars attracted everyone's attention. In that jar, a large amount of golden liquid was rolling continuously. The tanned old man from Siam was really about to swallow. He could not care less about embarrassing himself. He said in a complicated tone, "Rank 8 golden body monsters' blood." "Yes." Wu Quishan sighed softly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. This was not obtained by him. It was obtained by the old vice-chancellor after all these years. The old vice-chancellor had gone on countless expeditions in his life. He had fought rank 8 monsters more than once. He had even killed rank 8 monsters. This jar of blood was left behind by that rank 8 monster. The blood of a golden body powerhouse had long been golden. It contained some imperishable substances and was also filled with a large amount of energy. The old vice-chancellor who had killed a rank 8 monster did not have a divine weapon. Many people could not understand it. They suspected that the monster he killed was too damaged and could not be forged into a divine weapon. In the big MCMAU, very few people knew that the old vice-chancellor did not have a divine weapon. A rank 8 divine weapon had also shown its power. It had once cut off a section of a rank 9 monster plant's trunk. After that, the rank 9 monster plant's trunk was integrated into it. The divine weapon became even stronger, reaching the strength of a rank 9 divine weapon. Only a few people knew about this. However, Wu Quishan knew that he could not hide it for long. Previously, He smashed Zhang Minghong's flesh and blood. Zhang Minghong might not know anything. However, Wu Chuan was also there. That guy might know. He knew quite a lot about MCMAU. The old vice-chancellor was his teacher. Wu Quishan was not the old vice-chancellor's student. However, his teacher was also an instructor in MCMAU. However, he had died in the catacombs many years ago. Come to think of it, he and Wu Chuan could be considered brothers. His teacher was one of the first batch of instructors in MCMAU. His seniority was not lower than the old vice-chancellor's. These thoughts flashed in his mind. Wu Quishan did not think too much. He took a deep breath and nodded at Huang Jing. Seeing this, Huang Jing turned his head to look at Song Yingji and said, "Get a bathtub." "Oh, right. It must be made from energy crystals." Ah, Song Yingji was stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly rushed out. After a while, he carried a crystal-like cauldron and walked over. He laughed dryly. "I don't have a bathtub. I only have this cauldron." A few years ago, technology was not at this stage. The cauldron used to burn energy stones. Huang Jing did not mind. It was good enough. Taking the cauldron, Huang Jing opened the jar in his hand and poured some red blood into it. Looking at the last jar of golden blood, Huang Jing glanced at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan nodded slightly. "Use it." The blood of a rank 8 golden body monster was also good stuff. Fang Ping had taken the school's body-strengthening elixir before. For low-ranked martial artists, the effect was not bad. However, Fang Ping might not know that the body-strengthening elixir was actually mixed with some high-ranked monster's blood. Moreover, it was mixed with very little. If he did not bring back a high-ranked monster's corpse later, Wu Quishan would definitely settle the score with him. Seeing Wu Quishan nod, Huang Jing poured the golden blood into the cauldron. Once the golden blood entered the cauldron, it expelled the other red blood instantly. Even if it had been dead for many years and only blood was left, this golden blood was still incomparably domineering. Huang Jing did not delay. Very soon, he opened the door of the cultivation room, carried the cauldron, and walked in swiftly. Then he put the cauldron down and said, "Go in, take a bath." At this moment, Fang Ping was having a headache about how to prevent his flesh from collapsing. Seeing this, he glanced at the cauldron and jumped straight into the cauldron without another word. When he entered the cauldron, the blood began to boil. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "There's rank 7 and 8 monsters' blood here. You can use it to hone your body. Don't absorb it into your body unless you want to have some monsters' characteristics on your body." "Got it." Huang Jing did not stay any longer. He walked out quickly. A few rank 8 powerhouses were still continuing to release imperishable substances. On the other side, Song Yingji also began to continue letting people burn energy stones. This kid Fang Ping, the price he spent this time was too high. If even this did not work, then MCMAU would not be able to do anything unless they found a rank 9 Paragon powerhouse to help and try. However, the chances were not high. In the cultivation room, the blood in the cauldron began to boil. The flesh in Fang Ping's hand began to absorb this blood. However, after the blood was filtered, it was discharged again. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Fang Ping's hand bone appeared with a faint golden glow. "It's working." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Old man Li's face was also filled with joy. He said hurriedly, "It works. This is a sign of achieving half a golden body." And now, Fang Ping was combining celestiality, imperishable substances, monsters' blood force, vitality force, energy stones energy, rapidly forging his flesh. The flesh on his hand bone continued to spread. Gradually, his entire left arm was covered in flesh. The flesh was faintly golden. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were no longer collapsing. This also meant that the flesh's toughness could support the golden bones. His left arm recovered, faintly golden. Fang Ping's celestiality continued to compress this flesh, making the golden glow more intense. After a while, faint golden flesh appeared on his right arm too. The 4 rank 8s who were injecting imperishable substances looked at each other and stopped in unison. The other 4 began to take over. Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, "Fong Ping, don't continue compressing. It's fine as long as you can maintain the golden bones." This kid, did he really want to completely forge a golden body? 8 rank, 8 powerhouses. The remuneration they received was limited. How could they have so much imperishable substances for him to consume and waste? Inside the room, Fong Ping looked slightly regretful. He did not continue compressing either. These few rank 8s were not his father. How could they endlessly inject imperishable substances to maintain his flesh's regeneration? The next moment, flesh appeared on Fong Ping's legs, chest, and back. Outside the room, Fu Changding watched for a while. Suddenly he whispered, "Does he still have more?" "What?" Zhao Lei was stunned. Fu Changding lowered his voice and said, "Second brother." "Cough, cough, cough." Zhao Lei gave him a strange look. "What were you thinking?" The few low ranks at the side did not hear it, but it could not be hidden from the high ranks. "Old man," Li said casually, "who cares if he has more or not? If he didn't have it before, he should have it now. It's even faintly golden. Cough, cough, cough." Wu Quishan coughed, glaring at him. This disrespectful old thing. What nonsense was he spouting in front of his students? Inside the room, Fong Ping did not care so much. Right now, Fong Ping's flesh was growing more and more. Very soon, the flesh on his body had almost recovered. However, it was still lacking a little. Just as everyone was waiting outside, the flesh on Fong Ping's face suddenly shattered. Fu Changding and the others who were watching with widened eyes suddenly took a step back in shock. F***CK, it would scare people to death. Okay. He's still fine. Amazing. Fu Changding panted. This kind of person was too scary. Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. He dived into the cauldron, burying his entire head inside. The blood in the cauldron gradually faded from golden red color, beginning to change into a transparent color. In the next moment, the other 4 golden-bodied powerhouses turned pale, turning their heads to look at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan nodded lightly. The rest of them retracted their palms. Inside the room, Fong Ping suddenly said gloomily, "Grandmasters, give more." Wu Quishan saw that his head was still stuffed in the cauldron. He frowned and said it should be enough. "Just a little more. Fong Ping." Wu Quishan was slightly displeased. Did he really think that these rank 8s were his subordinates? Since his injuries were healed, then come out. Fong Ping was silent for a moment. Suddenly he poked his head out and said gloomily, "Just a little more." Outside the room, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then there was a sudden burst of stifled laughter. Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while he said, "That's it. Let it grow, naturally. The imperishable substance will recover. There's no need for this. It's a waste." Vice-Chancellor Fong Ping looked like he was on the verge of breaking down. He said bitterly, This is already bald. Give me a little more." Cough, cough. "Hair and eyebrows will grow back sooner or later." Wu Quishan said irresponsibly. Using the imperishable substance to recover hair and eyebrows was too much of a loss. If it was bald, then so be it. It would grow back naturally after some time. Fong Ping was not a real golden body anyway. "Don't." Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. He said hurriedly, "I'll pay." Outside the room, the few rank 8s ignored him. That was enough. Moreover, they felt that it was not necessary to recover some hair and eyebrows. Even if they paid, they would feel that it was too wasteful. Vice-Chancellor Instructor Grandmasters. Seeing that these people were about to walk out, Fong Ping was about to cry. Mother ****. It had already come to this. Could they not give him a little more? At this moment he knew how he looked. His entire head was bald. It was not the kind that was shaved, but the kind that came from a boiled egg that was peeled. Absolutely smooth. Not even stubble. Vice-Chancellor, don't go. Fong Ping's cries were heard, but Wu Quishan ignored him. He walked out with the few rank 8s. The others were also trembling. They walked out, waiting for Fong Ping to come out first. No, give me a little more. Just a little more. Aren't you trying to trick me on purpose? Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. These old perverts were definitely trying to trick him on purpose. He had already output so much. Why would he care about this little bit? Others aside, Wu Quishan should have no problem giving him a little. He could cultivate it back in 2 or 3 days. Chun Yunchi, who was walking at the back, could not help but turn around and comfort him. Actually, it's quite nice. You should come out first. I won't go out even if you beat me to death. Fong Ping roared in grief and indignation. They were definitely doing it on purpose. This was too infuriating. Chapter 4:27. A few minutes later, Fong Ping came out. Puchi, Yang Xiaoman, and the others couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Fong Ping did not reveal his bald head. Most importantly, there was no hat in the energy room either. This fellow might as well put a shirt on his head, revealing only his eyes. Wu Quishan coughed softly and berated in a low voice, how rude. All the elders are here. Go get your clothes. No. He knew that old Wu was up to no good. She was definitely making fun of him on purpose. How could you do something like that? It was just a little bit more. Yet you didn't even sponsor a little. How could your conscience be at ease? He was still rejecting Fong Ping when Old Manly came over and patted Fong Ping's head. The next moment, the clothes on his head shattered and disappeared. Fong Ping's expression darkened. What was wrong with MCMAU? Why were such unreliable people the strong ones? Old Man Li had crossed the line. Old Man Li did not care. He continued to stroke his head, exclaiming, "So smooth! It feels good. Do you want to try?" Old Man Li looked at Qin Yunxi and the rest. Fu Changding and the rest were eager to try. Fong Ping's gaze was extremely dangerous as he stared at them. I can't beat Old Manly, so I'll endure it. If you dare to touch it, I'll beat you to death. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They stopped touching him, but kept staring at his bald head. Chun Yunchi whispered, "It's really pretty." Fong Ping rolled his eyes. "Pretty my asterisk SS. What were you thinking?" Wu Quishan coughed again and said with a faint smile, "How's the recovery of your physical body?" Fong Ping looked gloomy, but there was still a 4 in rank, 8 present, so Fong Ping could not say anything. He said gloomily, "I'm almost recovered. It's just that the new flesh isn't quite used to it. I'll be fine after some time." Having said that, Fong Ping condensed a gust of celestiality in his hand and smashed it directly at Old Manly. Bang! It was not easy for Old Manly to dodge. It would be bad if he dodged and blew up MCMEU's equipment. He could only block it forcefully. Celestiality exploded on the surface of his body. Old Manly took a small step back. Fong Ping grinned, looking rather pleased with himself. Old Manly snorted, but very quickly he raised his eyebrows and said, "About 10C." The other rank 8s were all amazed. The explosive power of 10C celestiality was comparable to a 5,000 calories vitality outburst. Even if a peak rank 5 unleashed his full strength and depleted his vitality in one move, he would not be able to unleash such an attack. Only a rank 6 and a rank 6 powerhouse at that could unleash such an attack in one move as easily as Fong Ping did. Although the dark-skinned old man from Siam was a rank 8 powerhouse himself, he was still shocked. "Young friend, your strength is comparable to an upper stage rank 6, right?" Wu Quishan looked at Fong Ping for a while, then looked at his arm. There were no signs of cracks at the moment. After a while, Wu Quishan said, You're almost at the limit of your physique. Rank 6 martial artists can't unleash their full power until they're at peak. As long as your speed and combat techniques can keep up, you and an upper stage rank 6 are probably on par. At this moment, Fong Ping's explosive power was similar to that of an upper stage rank 6. However, the prerequisite was that he had to have the reflexes of an upper stage rank 6 and be able to hit the enemy. At this time, combat techniques still needed to be cultivated. To cultivate the flight step to the extreme, Fong Ping could not always use celestiality to smash people. If he cultivated his saber techniques to the extreme, coupled with the celestiality outburst, he would be able to fight an upper stage rank 6 martial artist one-on-one. Both parties were almost at the same level. In other words, at this moment, Fong Ping's vitality, outburst, and physique were equivalent to an upper stage rank 6 martial artist. As for peak rank 6, their vitality was 10,000 cal. Among these martial artists, there were weak and strong ones. Fong Ping was still not a match for someone as strong as Tang Feng, even if he had many advantages. However, for some weak martial artists who had just entered peak rank 6, Fong Ping might not be able to kill them, provided that the other party's combat techniques and stepping techniques were average. As for the evil sect peak rank 6 he killed earlier, it was not considered evenly matched. Fong Ping had risked his life to kill the other party with the intention of dying together with him. If the other party was prepared, Fong Ping would not be able to kill him if he did not blow him up. After he blew himself up, he was almost done for. Upper stage rank 6. Song Yingji, who had followed him out, could not help but ask, "Vice-Chancellor, do you mean that he can actually be regarded as an upper stage rank 6 martial artist now?" Wu Quishan nodded slightly and said, "More or less. However, the specifics still depend on actual combat. This kid is about the same as a vitality martial artist now. If he really encountered an upper stage rank 6 who is proficient in combat, he might not be a match." Despite Wu Quishan's words, Song Yingji's heart still twitched. F***CK, he could not live anymore. Fong Ping, on the other hand, looked at him for a while with a grin and said, "Don't worry, Vice-Chancellor. I will definitely diligently cultivate combat techniques and stepping techniques. I will strive to be able to kill an upper stage rank 6 with one slash." When he said this, Fong Ping stared at Song Yingji arrogantly. Old Song was very arrogant back then. "I'm rank 6 now." Thinking back to the time when Fong Ping was rank 4 and Old Song was rank 6, Fong Ping was speechless when he said this nonchalantly. "Now, you're an early stage rank 6. I'll hang you up and beat you up right now." Both of them were fighting for real. If Old Song did not run, he would definitely be finished if he was blasted a few times by Fong Ping's celestiality. Song Yingji was tired from his stare. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and said, "Vice-Chancellor, I want to enter the catacombs." Having said that, Old Song did not wait for Wu Quishan's reply. He turned around and entered the energy room. After a while, he grabbed a long spear and ran away. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He said hurriedly, "Instructor Song, don't go. I won't hit you." Song Yingji did not even turn his head. "I'm not staying in school anymore. This time, I won't come back even if I die before I reach middle stage rank 6. Wu Quishan could not help but rub his temples. MCMAU was almost in chaos because of this kid. If Song Yingji wanted to enter the catacombs, he would not stop him. As for whether Song Yingji was provoked or if he was really prepared to enter the catacombs, Wu Quishan guessed that Song Yingji probably had this thought for a long time. However, it could be said that he had been stimulated. Watching Fong Ping go from rank 2, rank 3 all the way to now, peak rank 5 with combat strength comparable to an upper stage rank 6, this kind of change almost made Song Yingji vomit blood. If he did not leave now, when would he? He would just pretend that he did not meet Fong Ping today. Seeing that these students and teachers were not acting properly, Wu Quishan felt a little helpless. He turned his head to look at the rank 8 powerhouses with smiles on their faces and said, I've troubled all of you this time. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my place for a drink?" The few of them nodded. The green-clothed woman glanced at Fong Ping with a smile and said, "Young friend Fong, if you're free, you can come to Qingtian Mountain for an exchange. Although martial arts universities are all-inclusive and inclusive, it's still beneficial to broaden your horizons." Fong Ping quickly said, "Of course. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." Beside him, Old Manly curled his lips and said, "Why are you going? If you go, you won't be able to come back. Qingtian Mountain is full of witches." As soon as he said this, the green-clothed woman looked at him with an unfriendly gaze and snorted coldly. "Li Changsheng, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you got a fake golden body. You're the fake one." Old Man Li flew into a rage. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "If you don't believe me, let's spar. Don't think that you can do anything just because you almost became my mistress. When this old man was still alive, I didn't see you visit. When I died, you didn't even come to visit. You're talking nonsense again." "Who's talking nonsense? Li Changsheng, do you want to die?" "Who's afraid of who? You're more than 10 years older than this old man. It's good enough that this old man likes you. You're still being so picky. You're asking for it." The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Fong Ping and the others looked gossipy. They were shocked to the extreme. There was such a thing. Wu Quishen's expression was extremely dark. Li Changsheng, this bastard, was he crazy? Before this, because he wanted her to save Fong Ping, Old Man Li pretended not to see the green-clothed woman. Now that Fong Ping had recovered, Old Man Li immediately turned against him. This old man was not very open-minded. In addition, he was confident that he was not afraid of the other party, so he directly turned against her. He had been unhappy with this old witch for a long time. As for why he was unhappy, Fong Ping and the others did not know, but Wu Quishen knew a little. Seeing that the two of them exchanged blows in an instant, and that it was going to be a big fight, Wu Quishen was so angry that his face turned red. In the next moment, old Wu suddenly appeared where the two of them were fighting. He did not target the green-clothed woman, but directly slapped his palm toward Old Manly. After a while, the place was quiet. Fong Ping looked toward the sky and asked curiously, "When will Instructor Li fall down?" Wu Quishen was furious. With one slap, he slapped Old Man Li into the sky. Until now, his shadow had not been seen. Wu Quishen could not be bothered with him. He humphed, then looked at the others and smiled bitterly. "I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone." As he said that, he looked at the green-clothed woman and said helplessly, "Please forgive me, sect leader Zhong. Li Changsheng, his mind is not very clear. Please understand." The green-clothed woman did not say much. She gave Wu Quishen a strange look. It was not that she had any ulterior motives. She just felt that this MCMAU vice-chancellor's strength was much stronger than expected. Wu Quishen was only ranked 12th in Sino Nation's golden body. It was not considered low. However, the green-clothed woman was ranked 14th. Logically speaking, it was about the same. However, when both of them were fighting, Wu Quishen entered the battle circle easily and sent Li Changsheng flying with ease. Although no one had the intention to risk their lives, and Li Changsheng's strength was slightly weaker, Li Changsheng was still not weaker than those new rank 8 powerhouses. In the end, before they could react, he was sent flying by Wu Quishen. The green-clothed woman was slightly shocked, but she did not say anything. She smiled and said, "It's okay. There's something wrong with his brain. I knew it back then." Wu Quishen coughed dryly. What did she say? Without saying anything more, Wu Quishen did not want to embarrass MCMAU anymore. The next moment, he brought the few rank 8s to his courtyard. F*CK, Fong Ping, Li Changsheng, these bastards. If they embarrassed him again, he would hack them to death. Fong Ping and the others did not follow them. After they left, Fong Ping looked at Huang Jing hurriedly and asked, "Vice-Chancellor, what's going on?" It feels like there's a lot of gossip going on. Does Instructor Li have a grudge against her? Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, unwilling to say more. At this time, a golden light flickered in the sky. Old Man Li descended from the sky. Taking a look at the few people in the distance, Old Man Li humphed, looked at Fang Ping and said, "Next time you see this old witch, beat her up. She's not a good thing. My instructor never married in his whole life. It's her fault. Changsheng." Huang Jing scolded, a little dissatisfied. It was all in the past. Instructor had fallen. Why was he still mentioning this? Old Man Li humphed again, but he did not continue. Seeing Fang Ping's gossipy face, Old Man Li was just holding back his anger. Suddenly, he slapped his head and rubbed it hard. His mood was much better now. He chuckled and said, "Don't grow your hair. It feels good like this. It feels good when you touch it." I%Yen hashtag Fang Ping almost died of anger. Was this not what he did often? He did this to Fang Yuan. Old Man Li, this bastard, actually did this to him, and in front of so many people. Believe it or not, I will find a chance to blow you up with celestiality. Seeing this, Huang Jing could not help but rub his temples. Li Changsheng had been too active recently. He had some ability. He had almost forgotten what his surname was. This could not go on. Taking a deep breath, Huang Jing quickly interrupted. "Changsheng, achieve the stage of mentality materialization soon. The you now can only embarrass MCMAU. Everyone knows you're a fake rank 8, half-step rank 8. Old Man Li's expression was unfriendly. The green-clothed woman's fake rank 8 earlier almost angered him to death. Huang Jing was speechless. He said perfunctorily, "Fine half-step rank 8. But now, other than sealing the Sanjiao Gate more than Fang Ping and having a slightly stronger physique, do you have any other advantages? Once Fang Ping seals the Sanjiao Gate, both of you are the same rank. Aren't you embarrassed? Go into closed-door cultivation. Don't come out and hang around for a while." Old Man Li's expression changed. What he said was true. His mentality was not as high as Fang Ping's. His only advantage was that the Sanjiao Gate was sealed. Once Fang Ping sealed it, both of them would really be martial artists of the same rank. Thinking of this, Old Man Li exerted more strength in his hand. Once again, he rubbed Fang Ping's big bald head until it crackled. Fang Ping did not utter a word. His face was expressionless. He would remember this. If he was stronger than Old Man Li, he would definitely make this old man bald and give him a good beating. Did Old Man Li not think about it? Would the guy who provoked him have a good ending? Did he not see how afraid Zhao Lei and the rest were of him now? Did he not see that Song Ingji saw that he had broken through and immediately went to the catacombs to seek refuge? With this, you still dare to provoke me. Old Man Li was really full of himself. Old Man Li rubbed for a while before saying, "Then I'll go into closed-door cultivation. This time, I won't come out until I achieve mentality materialization. Fang Ping, about killing monsters later. Look for Old Man Huang to settle it." After throwing these words, Old Man Li soared into the sky and left. He could not be reckless anymore. Fang Ping would really catch up to him. Seeing that he had left, Fang Ping rubbed his head. Seeing that Chen Yunqi and the rest were staring at his bald head, he said angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome bald head before?" Cough, cough, cough. Fu Changding coughed dryly and laughed. "Fang Ping, since you're fine now, we'll go back and cultivate." Yes, yes, yes. We'll go cultivate first." The few of them saw that Fang Ping's gaze was not friendly. They were afraid that this guy would vent his anger on them. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely be beaten to death. Zhao Lei did not even talk about his father. His father was rank 5. If he met Fang Ping, he would probably be beaten to the ground. The few of them left in a hurry. Chun Yunqi was not in a hurry to leave. She thought for a while and said, "Fang Ping, How about I accompany you to buy a wig in the afternoon? Fong Ping said helplessly, we'll talk about it later. I still need a few days to get used to it. You go and cultivate on your own. I'm fine now. Chun Yunxi was a little disappointed when she heard that. She did not say much. Before she left, she suddenly walked in front of Fong Ping and touched his head. As Fong Ping stared at her in bewilderment, the woman blushed a little and said, It's really smooth. I'm leaving. After saying that, Chun Yunxi jogged away. Fong Ping's expression was stiff. There was no way he could go on like this. Huang Jing's expression was also a little stiff. He was trying to hold back his laughter. After everyone had left, he said, This time the school has suffered a great loss. Everything else is fine, but you have to replenish that jar of rank 8 golden body monsters' blood for the school. Without this, the school's body-strengthening elixir can no longer be produced. That includes bodybuilding pills. We won't be able to produce them in the future. Fong Ping, remember to kill a rank 8 monster and bring it back as soon as possible. Fong Ping's expression was getting more and more stiff. I only used a little blood. You actually want me to kill a rank 8 monster and bring it back. Isn't that a little too much? What's wrong with MCMAU? Fong Ping mumbled. The joy of entering peak rank 5 in advance was gone. Chapter 428. After everyone left, Fong Ping took a look at his stats. Wealth, 17 billion converted vitality, 5,100 calories, 5,999 calories, mentality, 820 hertz, 899 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, for cubic meters plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. This increase in strength, Fong Ping mumbled. He did not mind that he had spent 1 billion wealth points. Previously, in order to recover his physical body, he had released vitality without a care for his life. It was normal. The crux of the matter was that his strength had really skyrocketed after he completed the forging of the half-golden body. His vitality was close to 6,000 calories, and his mentality was around 900 hertz. What did that mean? Mentality aside, a normal peak rank 5 had a vitality force of 4,000 calories. As for rank 6 powerhouses, those who had just achieved rank 6 and had not sealed their Sanjiao gate, their upper limit was about 5,000 calories. After that, every time a door was sealed, the upper limit would increase a little. If all 3 fans were sealed, a new peak might not be able to achieve 10,000 cal vitality. Only a peak rank 6 powerhouse could achieve 10,000 cal vitality. His current vitality strength was comparable to a middle stage rank 6 martial artist. As for mental energy, it was even more so. It had almost reached the stage of 1,000 Helios manifestation. To achieve rank 6, the first step is to activate the Sanjiao gate and manifest it. Right now, if Fong Ping wanted to achieve rank 6, he would have to find the Sanjiao gate. In fact, the shadow of the Sanjiao gate had appeared above his head previously. However, that was illusory. Fong Ping could not sense the existence of the Sanjiao gate. Rank 6 powerhouses, on the other hand, had discovered the existence of the Sanjiao gate through their mastery of their own bodies. From there, they guided the power, causing the Sanjiao gate to materialize and begin to close it. Materialization meant rank 6. Fong Ping did not have enough control over his own strength. Right now, his control over his own body was lacking by a large margin. It was very difficult to find and locate him. In other words, he was still a distance away from rank 6. Practicing combat techniques can help me familiarize myself with my own strength and strengthen my control over my own body. Fong Ping had a plan. This would be his main cultivation mission from now on. After familiarizing myself and mastering all my powers, I don't think I'll be any weaker than a peak rank 6. Fong Ping pondered as he walked. On the way, he met a few MCMAU students. Many of them had not gone back this year. When these people saw Fong Ping, they were all stunned. What kind of trouble was President Fong up to? Why did he shave his head bald all of a sudden? Still, it looked pretty shiny. He really wanted to touch it. Many girls looked at him longingly, making Fong Ping want to hammer a few of them to death. Fong Ping did not linger in school for long. He went straight home. Now that his parents had moved in, he was preparing to go home for the next few days. Bay Gardens, Villa 16. When Fong Ping returned, his parents were still packing their things. They had just moved in, so there were many things to do. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, was sitting in the courtyard in a daze, feeling a little bored. She was unfamiliar with this place, so she didn't know what to do. The girls from Yuan Ping Club were not around. The spacious villa area was extremely quiet, making Fong Yuan feel a little lonely. The bored Fong Yuan was poking the lawn with a small wooden stick. He seemed to be in the mood to poke a few ant nests. However, this boredom disappeared as soon as Fong Ping entered the courtyard. "Brother, why are you wearing a hat?" Fong Yuan looked at him and suddenly asked, "Where are your eyebrows?" Fong Ping ignored her and was about to enter the house. Fong Yuan was eager to try and followed behind him. She wanted to lift his hat to take a look. Fong Ping suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. "I'll find a school for you tomorrow. It's a high school under MCMAU. Remember to study hard when you get there. Don't start any clubs or anything." "Oh, right." As Fong Ping said that, he touched his chin. "I remember. Some people's children and relatives are studying in this high school." Fong Ping chuckled. "Remember to beat someone up for me when you're free." He remembered that Old Man Li had a niece or something. She seemed to be in this school too. Old Man Li was bullying him. Fong Yuan should go beat up his niece. After saying that, Fong Ping ignored Fong Yuan, who was still staring at the back of his head. This girl was so weak, yet she wanted to lift his hat. Dream on. In the next 2 days, Fong Ping spent his time getting used to his body. The other people in MCMAU spent their time cultivating like crazy. On February 22nd, the remaining pills and weapons from the 2 major companies arrived. MCMAU Southern Area. Fong Ping walked into the heavily guarded main warehouse for the first time. The moment the alloy door opened, Fong Ping was slightly shocked. The first thing they saw when they entered the huge alloy warehouse was none other than the boxes of energy stones with extremely high energy concentration at the very front. There were at least 10 boxes. Each box was probably no less than 200 caddies, maybe even more. Fong Ping turned his head to look at Huang Jing and said in shock, "MCMAU still has so many energy stones." Huang Jing smiled faintly. "Why can't we? It's been 60 years since the school was founded." "No, 61 years. All these years we've been living frugally. Don't tell me we don't have any left." "Then did you guys accept the energy stones I gave to the school last time?" Huang Jing chuckled. "You don't need them anyway. Didn't we say that you'll owe them for now?" Fong Ping was gloomy. He did not say anything else and continued to look elsewhere. The warehouse was divided into different areas. The energy stones were not all in the area, other than the energy stones that were more than 2,000 caddies. Fong Ping saw countless bottles of pills. The most common pill in MCMAU is the normal vitality pill. Currently, there are a total of 96,000 pills here. The person who said this was not Huang Jing, but a rank 6 instructor who was in charge of guarding the area. He was an upper stage rank 6 powerhouse. Before this place had been guarded by Lu Pulu. Fong Ping exclaimed, "So many? The market price is close to 10 billion. Huang Jing heard this and laughed. "The cost price isn't that high. We're not too sure about the pill company's production cost. Our equipment, manpower, and technology cost about 30,000. That's still very high. At least 3 billion. Thinking about it this way, it did not seem like much. 3 billion. MCMAU still had the capital. However, Close to 100,000 normal vitality pills still sounded very shocking. Rank 1 vitality pills 30,000. Rank 2 vitality pills 10,000. Rank 3 vitality pills 3,000. Rank 1 bone honing pills 20,000. Rank 2 bone honing pills 10,000. All grades of vitality pills and bone honing pills were calculated in the tens of thousands. According to the market price, the total value was more than 100 billion. This was only the low-grade pills. Including the middle-grade pills, the market price was more than 200 billion. Including the mountains of metal raw materials, finished weapons, and energy stones, MCMU's 61 years of accumulation, if sold according to the market price, would be at least 500 billion. Fong Ping was stunned. Was MCMAU that rich? All right, even if the market price was not taken into account, if the cost price was calculated according to 1/3, it would be more than 150 billion accumulated. Fong Ping was extremely shocked. Huang Jing sighed softly. This is 60 years of accumulation. Before many instructors entered the catacombs, some did not have families or relatives, so they donated all their life savings to MCMAU. The school is not something that can be built overnight. This is a long-term operation. When the instructor was alive, he was worried that one day the situation would deteriorate and he would not be able to obtain more materials. So he sealed up all these accumulations. When the situation deteriorates, we can still continue teaching. This time, including what the 2 major companies gave, the cost price is more than 350 billion. The market price should be as high as 1 trillion. MCMAU should also use these resources. Fong Ping suddenly felt a little stressed. He said dryly, "Vice-Chancellor, if this is used up, there will be no income in the future. My small shoulders can't take it." If 60 years of accumulation was used up and there was no income, then even if MCMAU was glorious, it would only be a matter of a few years. Huang Jing chuckled. It's already come to this. Is there really a future? As he said that, Huang Jing said in a low voice, "You haven't been paying attention these few days. Something happened in the catacombs again." Over at Capital City Catacombs, the 6 cities joined forces and launched a general attack. A Rank 9 battle broke out. There were more than 10 Rank 9s on both sides who participated in the battle. The other Rank 7 and 8 martial artists who participated in the battle. There were close to 100 people on both sides. Although it was a short time, both sides suffered losses. On our side, many people were seriously injured. There were even people who died. Huang Jing's expression was gloomy. He continued, "In the end, Minister Zhang made a move. I'm not sure about the details, but Minister Zhang fought all the way to the depths of the catacombs. There was a commotion deep in the catacombs. After that, Minister Zhang returned injured and announced a truce between both sides." Fong Ping frowned. "Have all the Rank 9 paragons started a war?" "Yes." Huang Jing took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Capital City Catacombs is the catacombs with the strongest defense. It had been peaceful for many years. This time, a war suddenly broke out, which was beyond many people's expectations. Although after the incident, a few major departments in the Education Ministry said that it had been resolved, everyone is still not at ease. This is Capital City Catacombs. If it can withstand the 6 cities alliance, what about the other catacombs? Even in Magic City, once the war between the 6 cities alliance breaks out, they can only ask for help from Capital City. Here in Magic City, there are only 3 Rank 9s guarding inside and outside. As for Rank 9 paragons, I don't know if there are any in Magic City." On the surface, there were still a few Rank 9 paragons in Capital City. On the surface, people like Commander Li and Minister Zhang were confirmed Rank 9 paragons. They were all in Capital City and could keep watch. On the surface, there were no such people in Magic City. If a war of that scale broke out, it would be difficult to resolve without the help of such powerhouses. Fong Ping took a deep breath nodded and said, MCMAU really can't wait any longer. Vice-Chancellor, let's make these things available. Before the war, let everyone be a little stronger. At least we have more chances to survive. Yes, I think so too. Fong Ping said, Of course it can't be free. We're fighting for MCMAU's welfare. We can't let others take advantage of it in the end, even if everyone's goal is the same. Loans, signing work agreements, these are all necessary. Huang Jing could not help but laugh. This way, everyone's hearts may not stay in MCMAU. That I don't care. Fong Ping shook his head and said, According to the situation, a war will break out, a full-scale war, maybe within these 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, these people have all grown up. I don't want these people to enter the military department or other departments by then. Not all of them, but at least half of them. Moreover, even if a full-scale war breaks out, I don't think we'll collapse instantly. Maybe we'll have to fight a protracted war. Here in Magic City, MCMAU also has to contribute. The people have run away. If all 13 cities of Magic City attack, can we still call them back? Huang Jing smiled and did not say anything. He would just let Fong Ping be. Fong Ping continued to look around the warehouse. The things sent by the 2 major companies were also starting to enter the warehouse. Looking at these pills and weapons, including the energy stones, Fong Ping was a little jealous. If these things were given to him, he might be able to increase his wealth by 1 trillion. Even if it was not, it would at least not be less than 500 billion. The system should be able to upgrade again with 100 billion. Unfortunately, this was MCMAU's savings, not his. The more he looked at things that did not belong to him, the more unhappy he felt. Fong Ping only looked around casually. Very quickly, he exited the warehouse and asked softly, Has Vice-Chancellor Liu recovered from his injuries? Huang Jing nodded slightly, but still said, There are still some cracks on his skull. It's quite serious. It won't affect him much now. But if he wants to enter rank 8, it'll be difficult. Having said that, Huang Jing glanced at him and sighed softly. The school is actually prepared to buy some life essence for old Liu to help him recover, but old Liu rejected it. Old Liu feels that he has no hope of entering rank 8, so there's no need to waste these resources. Liu Polu had entered rank 7 for many years, a figure of the same generation as the old vice-chancellor. However, he had not entered rank 8 until now, so he did not think too much about rank 8. This time, with his skull injured, it would be even more difficult for him to enter rank 8. Fong Ping muttered, Let's find a chance to see. If we buy it, old Liu probably won't want it. But if we snatch it ourselves, then it'll be easy. Vice-Chancellor, how's my teacher? He's still in closed-door cultivation. This time he's been in closed-door cultivation for so long. He should be reaching rank 7 soon. What about Instructor Tang? Recently, he's been in the pressure room and hasn't come out. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, Go back to the pressure room and transfer some celestiality. Under the dual effect, his cultivation speed will be faster. See if he can enter rank 7 in a short time. After Tang Feng achieved mentality-vitality fusion, the growth of his mentality had increased a lot, but it was still not enough. According to the previous situation, Tang Feng should be able to break through in 3 to 5 years. However, 3 to 5 years was still too long. All right, I understand. Fong Ping nodded. Helping Tang Feng enter rank 7 faster was also his goal. Finally, Huang Jing smiled and said, Also, Vice-Chancellor and a few rank 8 powerhouses went out for a trip earlier, killing 3 rank 7 martial artists and countless middle and low ranks. This time, the evil sect suffered such a big loss. Let's see if they dare to show their faces again. Previously, Wu Quishan invited those rank 8 martial artists not only to help Fong Ping heal his injuries. Old Wu invited these people and asked them to do some manual labor. He also gathered more than 10 grandmasters and more than 20 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses from martial arts universities. These 2 days, their momentum swept across the country. Not only did they attack within Sino Nation's borders, but they also swept across Siam and a few other countries as well. In the end, 3 rank 7 evil sect martial artists exposed their whereabouts and were killed very quickly. None of the other evil sect martial artists dared to show their faces. Even if the evil sect had rank 9 martial artists, they dared not show their faces now. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they might also be killed. Wu Quishan and the others made a threat. If the evil sect members dared to attack martial arts university students again, they would not stop until they gathered 100 high ranks. If they encountered the evil sect members during the mission, both parties would fight, and the casualties would be at their own risk. Fong Ping suddenly felt much more refreshed, but he still frowned and said, "Almost 10 evil sect high ranks have been killed or injured recently. Do they have that many high ranks?" Last time, a few people were killed, including a rank 8 powerhouse. Previously, when Nanjiang was cleaning up the battlefield, they also killed a few. Then, Zhao Xingwu killed 1 casually. Now, another 3 were killed. Counting them, there might be more than 10 people. Huang Jing said softly, "Remember, the evil sect members are not only in Sino Nation, and not only are there Sino powerhouses, there are also powerhouses from other countries. Think about it yourself. There are more than 2,000 high ranks in every country in the world. The evil sect's influence is not considered small. I dare not say there are many, but there are at least 40 to 50 high ranks in every part of the world. Of course, this time they have also suffered a great loss of vitality. They won't be making any moves in the short term." Fong Ping said in relief, "I see. I thought the evil sect was a specialty of Sino Nation." Huang Jing chuckled. "That's not true. These people are active in a very large area, everywhere. The reason why they gave the impression that they are exclusive to Sino Nation is mainly because they have been more active in Sino Nation recently, and it has something to do with the opening of the catacombs in Sino Nation." Fong Ping did not ask any more questions. He looked at the time and said, "Vice-Chancellor, I'll go back and cultivate then. These few days, my control over my body has improved a lot. I should be able to unleash my full power soon. Don't be too anxious. Don't rush to find the Sanjiao Gate either. The most important thing is to control your own strength. You can't always use celestiality to blow people up. You can blow people up now, but when you're a high rank, if you still do that, it's not appropriate." It. While Fong Ping was conversing with Huang Jing, MCMAU, the school gate, Qin Fengqing carried his broadsword and sauntered into the school gate. When the others saw him, many of them hurriedly avoided him. Qin Fengqing did not care. He grabbed a low-rank student and asked, "Where's Fong Ping?" "The president is over at the southern area. He's back earlier than me," Qin Fengqing mumbled, then asked, "What about Dean Tang and Dean Luo?" "I didn't see Dean Tang. Dean Luo seems to have gone home too. He hasn't come back yet." Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief again. It was good that he did not come back. Without asking any more questions, Qin Fengqing sauntered toward the southern area. As he walked, Qin Fengqing's ears twitched. Suddenly his body moved, walking toward 2 students who were in the middle of a conversation. He asked, "You said that Fong Ping has shaved his head." Both of them saw the bully Qin Fengqing and were slightly frightened. They said hurriedly, "President Fong has shaved his head. Ha ha ha!" Qin Fengqing laughed suddenly. He did not ask any more questions. He sped up and ran toward the southern area. Fong Ping had actually shaved his head. This was too interesting. This time he could have a good laugh at him. Seeing that he had disappeared in an instant, the 2 students looked at each other. After a while, one of them said in a low voice, "President Fong seems to hate people talking about his bald head. If Qin Fengqing goes, he won't get beaten up, right?" The other person swallowed and said hurriedly, "Let's go first. If Qin Fengqing gives us up, both of us will be in trouble." Both of them did not waste any time and left hurriedly. Qin Fengqing was dead meat. Chapter 429. MCMU Southern Area. The two students who had already escaped had obviously underestimated Qin Fengqing. They thought that Qin Fengqing only wanted to taunt Fang Ping. In reality, Fang Ping's expression was frighteningly dark. He said softly, "Vice Chancellor, guess what he wants to do?" Huang Jing sighed softly. "I guess he wants to die." As the two of them spoke, they had already sensed Qin Fengqing's arrival. That fellow did not show himself, however. Instead, he crouched and nimbly found a place to hide, right in front of Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping and Huang Jing released their mentality and found that the fellow was eager to try. Qin Fengqing even clenched his fists and punched the air a few times, a wretched smile on his face. Huang Jing scanned for a while and sighed. "Is he trying to punch your big bald head?" Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Is he bewitched? How can I not sense his presence when I release my mentality? That's why I said he wants to die. He probably thinks that we won't release our mentality on our own in school. But this kid doesn't have this experience. He probably doesn't understand the so-called stress response." Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fengqing really wanted to die. Looking at his posture, Huang Jing could guess what he was going to do next. He would suddenly jump out, take off Fang Ping's hat, and give him a punch on the head. Then maybe he would say that he had recognized the wrong person. Did this kid really think that Fang Ping was so easy to talk to? Not to mention that he did not recognize the wrong person. Even if he did, Fang Ping could still beat him until he ate dirt. Huang Jing did not bother to remind Qin Fengqing, but his footsteps slowed down a little. He said softly, "If you go to the catacombs in a few days, don't take too many risks. Take care of Fengqing." Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at him. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "This child has had a hard life. His father's talent was amazing back then, and he broke through to rank 5 early on. However, he died in a surprise attack. He was still young then. His father's ashes were sent there by the teacher and me. I still remember that this kid didn't cry or make a fuss. His mother scolded the teacher for killing her husband and the father of her child. At that time, the teacher was very sad. It was this kid who caught up later and said that he wanted to go to MCMAU when he grew up. You don't know how happy teacher was when he left. After that, he really came to MCMAU. Unfortunately, because his talent was worse than others, his cultivation was actually very slow. However, this kid had a stubborn personality and was very competitive. When others cultivated for a few hours, he could cultivate for a few days. When he ran out of vitality, he would practice combat techniques, cultivating day and night. His teacher took pity on him and taught him a few battle techniques. Unfortunately, his teacher was also injured at that time and spent most of his time recuperating, so he didn't have much time to take care of him. Even so, this kid is still very sentimental. After teacher leaves, sigh. Huang Jing shook his head gently and sighed. He had seen too many things over the years, and he was already numb to them. Qin Fengqing's father was one of the last batch of students personally taught by the old principal. Qin Fengqing's father wasn't very old. Even if he had lived until now, he wouldn't even be 50 years old. However, more than 10 years ago, his father had died in battle in the catacombs. If Qin Fengqing's father had not died, his current achievements would not be any worse than Tang Feng's, perhaps even higher. Fang Ping had some understanding of Qin Fengqing's situation. He also knew that his father had died in battle in the catacombs. However, Fang Ping still smiled and said, "Take care of him." "Of course I'll take care of him. Don't worry." Fang Ping emphasized the word "take care of." This guy was unrestrained and had almost forgotten what his surname was. Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to teach him how to behave. As for sympathy, Qin Fengqing did not need others to sympathize with him. This guy would only become braver the more he suffered. He would never admit defeat. This was also one of Qin Fengqing's great strengths. In other words, he did not want to fall too far behind and be beaten to death. Back then, when he fought with Wang Jinyang, he was seriously injured and defeated. In the end, other people were either dispirited or depressed. Only this guy, as a once-honed martial artist, worked hard to catch up and achieve rank 3 in a short period of time. It was clear that what Qin Fengqing needed was pressure, unparalleled pressure. This guy was also very difficult to crush. Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to give him some pressure. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached Qin Fengqing's hiding place. Qin Fengqing's face was full of anticipation, his fists clenched tightly. Fang Ping acted as if he did not see it and walked forward, minding his own business. Huang Jing was a step behind, sighing in his heart. Qin Fengqing could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke Fang Ping. He was digging his own grave, and no one could stop him. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly jumped out, laughing loudly. "Old Qin, Happy New Year!" This guy shouted, but his hands did not stop. He jumped out and waved his fist, wanting to smash Fang Ping's head. Bang! At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly turned around. His fist, which had been waiting for a long time, punched out. A loud sound was heard. Qin Fengqing flew backward dozens of meters and fell to the ground, his face full of confusion. Fang Ping retracted his fist lazily and chuckled. "So it's you. I thought someone from the evil sect was lurking in the school to ambush me." As Fang Ping said that, he sighed. "Old Qin, don't pull pranks like this next time. Do you think you're in a TV show? This time I swung my fist and hit you. Next time, if I slash you with my saber, won't you be cut in half?" Qin Fengqing ignored him. He lifted his shirt and looked at it. When he saw a deep fist mark on his chest, he was dumbfounded. Then he was furious. He jumped up and scolded. "Bastard, are you trying to kill me?" This was the southern area. How could there be so many people from the evil sect? This bastard was too ruthless. Fang Ping frowned immediately. "Speak properly. I only used 1% of my strength. It was only because I realized it was you that I held back. 1%. Qin Fengqing was furious. "Who were you trying to fool? 1% was enough to send a peak rank for like him flying dozens of meters away? Did you think you were a rank 6? Fang Ping glanced at him and laughed suddenly. "Haven't you seen the news recently?" "Why?" Qin Fengqing was still a little indignant. He stared at his head. It was a pity that he did not manage to hit it just now. "So, you don't know that I killed a few rank 6 a few days ago, including a peak rank 6? What?" Qin Fengqing was confused at first. Then he sneered. "Oh, I killed a rank 6 too. A rank 6 is nothing." Fang Ping smiled flatly. "Is that so? I killed a peak rank 6 1-on-1. Right, have you seen the rank 5 ranking? I'm the first among rank 5. Cough, cough. Qin Fengqing coughed. "I don't believe it. Also, I'm a peak rank 5. Cough, cough, cough. Right, I've condensed golden bones and half golden body. I shouldn't be much weaker than a typical peak rank 6. If I were to go all out, the other party might not be my match." "Haha, the weather is so good today." Qin Fengqing did not want to believe it. He also felt that he should not believe it. "Do you think I'll believe you?" He was a peak rank 4 before the new year. Fang Ping was a middle stage rank 5. How many days had it been? "Now you're telling me that you're the first among rank 5. A peak rank 5 killed a peak rank 6. Do you think I'll take it seriously?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Don't feel too inferior. It's okay. Also, you probably haven't been paying attention to other news these few days. Wang Jinyang entered middle stage rank 5 yesterday. Huh. Zhang Yu is a peak rank 4 now. Hee hee. CLA is almost an upper stage rank 4. Oh, Dean Tang is almost a grandmaster. What does that have to do with me?" Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. "What does all this have to do with me?" Fang Ping did not care what he said. He continued, Even Chun Haoren has entered peak rank for. How is that possible? Qin Fingqing's teeth were about to shatter. You're lying to me, that's for sure. SCMAU's Chun Haoren had only entered upper stage rank for in December. How could he have reached peak rank for so quickly? Nonsense. Thinking about it, in order to enter peak rank 4, he was hunted down in the catacombs until there was no way out. Fong Ping chuckled. His grandfather is almost a rank 8. Seeing that his grandson can't keep up, he's feeding energy stones the size of a human head. Impossible. Qin Fengqing felt that this was not true. No matter how rich Qin Yaoding was, he would not be so wasteful. Fong Ping struck him down. However, this is all true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vice-Chancellor Huang. Qin Fengqing, face reality. You're a fourth-year student, and you're only a peak rank 4. Do you really think you're so great? I haven't asked CCMAU, but I heard that Han Su entered rank 4 before the new year. Lingyi, that little guy, has already entered upper stage rank 4. Also, Iron Headley is not middle stage rank 5 now, but he's probably close. Qin Fengqing, oh Qin Fengqing, your heart is higher than the sky, but your life is thinner than paper. You don't understand. You're just a fourth-year student, a rank 4. What's there to be proud of? Let's not talk about other schools. Let's talk about our school. Second-year students Chan Yunxi, Zhao Lei, and Fu Changding are all about to enter rank 4, and they're only sophomores. When they're juniors, they might be rank 5. Seniors, forget it. I don't want to strike you down anymore. Fong Ping shook his head. Although he said that he did not want to strike him down, he continued to strike him down. As for me, I'm now peak rank 5. The Vice-Chancellor and the others advised me not to break through to rank 6 first. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. I'll spend half a year to a year to stabilize and enter rank 8 directly. I probably haven't graduated by then. As for you, a student who's about to graduate, you're twice as far away from me. Twice as far as your martial arts rank. By then, it shouldn't be a problem for me to blow you to death with one breath, right? Qin Fengqing's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he looked at Huang Jing. Huang Jing held his forehead. When he saw him looking at him, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, he's already peak rank 5. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, He's really the first among rank 5? Fong Ping continued. I forgot to mention, when I killed a peak rank 6, I was only a middle stage rank 5. Qin Fengqing looked at Huang Jing again. Huang Jing nodded slightly. How could this be? Qin Fengqing mumbled. How many days have I been back? Why has everything changed? It's not like this. Could it be that my timeline is wrong? I didn't actually go back for a few days. I was isolated from the world for a few years. At this moment, how could Qin Fengqing still remember about being bald? If becoming bald can make me stronger, I'll do it too. He had never cared about these things. As long as he could become stronger, he did not care about anything else. Fong Ping seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, Do you know why I shaved my head? To shave one's ambition. Fong Ping's gaze was resolute. He said coldly, Now the catacombs are invading us from all sides. They're killing our compatriots and disturbing our mountains and rivers. How can we, the martial artists of our generation, sit back and watch? Our abilities are still low, but we're also hot-blooded. If the calamity of the catacombs isn't fair, what's the use of hair? If I shave my hair, it'll be more convenient to wear a mask the next time I enter the catacombs. Also, if I keep my hair, I'll have to waste time washing it every day. Isn't that troublesome? Martial artists don't have that much time to waste. We haven't achieved high ranks yet, so we can't be completely unstained. If I shave my hair, it'll be more convenient and simple. I'll look uglier, and I'll harm fewer innocent girls. Say, if you shave your head bald, will that tigress from Magic City Women's University still continue to pester you? Now that you've made your hair long, you look like a literary youth. Don't you know that this will attract the attention of these female martial artists? If you keep your hair long, you'll have to worry about whether your hair will get dirty when you drill a hole in the catacombs. You might lose your life because of this little concern. There are actually people who laugh at me for shaving my head. Those are all shallow people who don't know how dangerous the situation is. Are you, Qin Fengqing, also one of those ignorant people? Fang Ping rattled on for a while, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm me and you're you. You're a rank for martial artist. There's no need for you to think about these things. People like you can just peacefully get married and have children in the rear and carry on the family line for us humans. Perhaps the future still lies with you. Leave the frontline matters to us." Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you saying that I, Qin Fengqing, am a coward?" "I didn't mean that. That's exactly what you meant." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "I really didn't mean that, but your ability is indeed behind the times. I'm just stating a fact. Now, even I feel that I'm like an ant. You, a rank for martial artist, are you more useful than me? Shaving your hair, is it?" Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. Fang Ping's face was full of anticipation. Hurry up and shave your hair." Seeing that this fellow was still lacking a little, Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Growing hair actually wastes vitality, and a lot of it. I didn't pay attention to it before, but after shaving my head, I realized that it's really a lot of waste." "Oh, right. Do you know why rank 8 golden bodies lose their hair when they're forging their golden bodies? You've sealed off all the pores in your body. You've reached rank 4. You should have noticed it too. Our sweat pores are starting to shrink. What I want to do now is to seal off the pores in my hair. Look at me. Isn't my bald head different from others?" Fang Ping suddenly took off his hat, took the initiative to stretch out his head, and said in a low voice, "These few days, I've pushed out all the hair studs and completely sealed off the pores." Qin Fengqing stared at his head for a while, wanting to reach out and touch it. Fang Ping suddenly retracted his head, put on his hat, and laughed. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. This process is actually very painful. Maybe you won't be able to grow hair in the future, but for strength, this is nothing." "Even the hair studs are gone," Qin Fengqing murmured. Fang Ping actually did this for strength. This kid would not wake up without benefits. If there were no benefits, would he do such a thing? Seal off all the pores in my body. Rank 6 seals the Sanjiao. Rank 8 golden body transformation. Everything depends on sealing. Seal off all the energy leakage channels, Qin Fengqing said in his sleep. So middle ranks could work hard in this direction. Beside him, a faint golden glow flashed across Fang Ping's body. Even his head shone with a golden light. By sealing the pores, the speed of condensing the half-golden body will be even faster. Unfortunately, I've told some people about this, and these people are actually unwilling to shave their heads for the sake of looking good. Forget it. Everyone loves beauty. For some people, hair is more important than cultivation. What else can I say? Fang Ping shook his head and smiled. Actually, it's just a little bit of improvement. It doesn't matter. How much is a little bit? Qin Fengqing asked hurriedly. Not much. Sealing off the pores in the hair, cultivation speed increases by about 1%. It's very weak. 1%. Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped asking and turned to leave. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" "None of your business. Don't shave your head. It's better to shake out your vitality directly. Shake out even the stubble. Then seal off the pores. Also, it's best if you shake out all the hair on your body and seal off all the pores on your body. All. It's best that way. Of course, it depends on the individual." "Oh, I don't believe you." Qin Fengqing cursed. Although he said he did not believe him, He ran away as fast as he could. After he left, Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping speechlessly. After a while he said, "Hearing you say that, even I want to shave my head." Fang Ping laughed. "I didn't lie to him. Vice-Chancellor, sealing off the pores is beneficial to energy sealing. Am I right?" Huang Jing was having a headache. He said impatiently, "What's that bit of loss? Don't talk about these useless things. Do you think I'm Qin Feng Qing? No matter how many pores there were, if they were expanded to the maximum, losing 1 or 2 cal of vitality a day would be the most they could do. According to Fang Ping, they might as well just seal up all the holes on their body. At their level, 1 or 2 cal of vitality could be easily sucked back in a breath. This kid, Fang Ping, could only bluff honest people. That idiot Qin Feng Qing, after being punched by Fang Ping, had completely forgotten about this. He had even forgotten his original intention. Huang Jing suspected that this kid had gone back to pluck out his hair. When he thought of this, Huang Jing felt a little sad for Qin Feng Qing. Was he an idiot? How could he believe Fang Ping's words? Had he not suffered enough? Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He said with a smile, "Vice-Chancellor, then I'll go to the pressure room and input some celestiality. Also, I'll be cultivating in seclusion for the next few days. You're the only Grandmaster in the school who's relatively free now. After a few days, help me kill a monster. Can you do it?" Huang Jing glared at him. Was he looking down on him or what? However, after thinking about it, Huang Jing still said cautiously, "Don't be rash. High-ranked monsters are extremely strong. It's not that easy to kill. Think about it carefully." Fang Ping laughed. "I know. Killing a monster and getting a divine weapon is something that you and old Lu don't have. Later, find a chance to kill that Jiao in the Jiao's forest. Then we'll be rich. I think we can make a few of them." Huang Jing rolled his eyes. That was a rank 8 golden body monster. Most rank 8 martial artists could not kill it. They had to be careful of being killed by it. Fang Ping made it sound simple. Moreover, the Jiao's forest was extremely close to Skygate City and Monster Sunflower City. If a war broke out, be careful of being ambushed from both sides. Also, I'm warning you, my life isn't as long as Li Changxing's. I feel a little uneasy going down to the catacombs with you. Even a rank 7 powerhouse like Huang Jing felt that something was not right. According to Fang Ping's previous experiences in the catacombs, he felt that it was really necessary to reconsider. The first time he provoked a rank 8 Jiao. The second time he provoked a rank 7 powerhouse and Jiao. The third time he even provoked a rank 9. Each time was more dangerous than the last. This time, Huang Jing felt that there was a need to get Li Changxing out. That guy's bones were harder than his and could take more hits. He felt that a rank 7 like him would be really weak if he went down with Fang Ping. Chapter 430. February 24th, the 11th of the first month. At this time, almost all the students who had gone back for the new year had returned to school. On the 24th, all the students received a notice that there would be a teacher-student meeting on the morning of the 25th. The new year had passed, and MCMAU was on the move again. February 25th, Field Number 1. All the teachers and students had gathered. Today, the total number of MCMAU teachers and students was close to 7,500. The field was overcrowded. However, many of them were staring at the person standing in front, with a shiny bald head. In front of the field, Zhang Yu stared at Qin Feng Qing for a long time. He could not hold it in any longer and coughed softly. "Old Qin Yu." Qin Feng Qing sneered and said lightly, "If I don't break the catacombs, I won't keep my hair." I #%, and Zhang Yu did not know what to say. "Were you crazy?" Zhang Yu was speechless. He could not be bothered with this guy. He was crazy. Why did he have to be bald all of a sudden? Did he look good? Before, Qin Feng Qing was still very handsome, but now he was too ugly to look at. Zhang Yu could not be bothered with him. Zhao Lei looked at him sympathetically and said faintly, President Qin, you listened to Fong Ping's advice and shaved your head, didn't you? Qin Fengqing snorted. How is that possible? Zhao Lei was sympathetic again. He sighed. He didn't shave his head on his own. When he was recovering from his injuries, he didn't have enough imperishable substance. He had no choice but to keep his head bald. Qin Fengqing's body stiffened. Behind him, Fu Chongding sighed too. President Qin, think about it more next time. Qin Fengqing suddenly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, Get lost! I want to shave my head. It's none of his business. Everyone did not say anything. They just looked at him sympathetically. What a silly kid. He had been tricked into shaving his head bald, but he was still being stubborn. The others ignored him. Zhang Yu did not continue to scold him. Zhou Yan, who had just returned to school, looked around and suddenly said with mixed feelings, President, the school has changed a lot. Since Zhang Yu resigned as the president of the Martial Arts Society, she had left the school and interned at a big company. Before she left, she was in upper stage rank 3. Now, she had also reached the peak of rank 3. However, when she returned to school this time, Zhou Yan suddenly realized that everything had changed. Fong Ping had become the first among the rank 5 martial artists. The others' abilities had also increased greatly. Before this, there were less than a handful of rank 4 martial artists. Now, there were rank 4 martial artists everywhere. There were more than 10 rank 4 martial artists around her. Rank 3s were like cabbages, hundreds of them, not to mention the rank 2 students. At a glance, it seemed that other than the freshmen, the other batches of students seemed to be rank 2 and above. MCMAU was no longer the same. He had only been gone for half a year, but it felt like things were still the same, but people had changed. Even the familiar president seemed a little unfamiliar at this moment. Zhang Yu said softly, Now that you're back, don't leave. Stay in school. President, Zhou Yan's gaze was complicated. She said softly, I don't like him. I admit that he's very strong. He even led MCMAU to take the position of the top elite university. But he chased you away back then. What Zhou Yan could not accept was that Fong Ping had forced Zhang Yu to step down. In so many years, this was the first MCMAU Martial Arts Society president who did not voluntarily step down and was chased away. Until now, she could not forget the scene of Zhang Yu leaving the school dejectedly. It was also because of this that after Zhang Yu left, she left the school quickly and had not returned since. Zhang Yu chuckled. It's all in the past. Moreover, I did not do as well as he did. Maybe you think that all of this is not his credit. But in fact, without him, MCMAU would not be like this now. Zhang Yu said with some emotion, You don't understand. A good role model, an excellent leader, even if he does nothing, will bring about some great changes. He rose to the top of the rank 5 martial artists and killed a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Now, the entire school's teachers and students see him as a role model, a goal. This I can't do. If I were still the president of the Martial Arts Society, the biggest goal of MCMAU students would be to become a rank 4 martial artist like me. They would not think further. It's not just MCMAU. It's the same for all the schools. Now, the students and powerhouses of all schools, including some instructors, are all working hard to catch up, not only from external pressure, but also from internal pressure. This pressure comes from Fong Ping. When they are surpassed by their own students and left far behind by someone of the same age, no one will be willing to accept it. Therefore, even if he does nothing and does not contribute anything to MCMAU, just the crushing of his strength is actually a huge source of motivation for MCMAU's teachers and students to strive forward. Zhou Yan's expression was slightly complicated. She said softly, Have you been stimulated too? Yes. Zhang Yu chuckled. If not for that, I'm afraid I would still be hovering around upper stage rank 4. I would never have stepped into peak rank 4 so quickly. Zhang Yu continued. I originally thought that before I graduated, it would be impossible for me to achieve rank 5. But now, it may not be impossible. Maybe I can also step into rank 5 before I graduate. President, both of them were still talking when Qin Fengqing, whose expression had darkened, said impatiently, What are you talking about? A rank 3 martial artist. If he wants to stay or not, who cares? Both of you, stop showing off your affection in front of me. We're facing a great enemy. Don't you think it's annoying? Zhou Yan looked annoyed. She said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. What? You want to bite me? Qin Fengqing did not take it seriously. He curled his lips and said, Female martial artists talk too much. It's troublesome. Just shut up. You. You what? If you keep talking about you, I'll shave your head. Zhou Yan was furious. Zhang Yu was also annoyed. Qin Fengqing, don't vent your anger on others just because you're angry at Fang Ping. This bastard bullied the weak and feared the strong. Every time he suffered a loss at Fang Ping's side, he wanted to get back at others. As he said that, Zhang Yu added, You better keep a low profile. Dean Tang is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. Once he does, he still hasn't settled the score with you. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened, and he muttered, Do you think I'm afraid of them? But his strength was still too low. Peak rank 4. He could still be arrogant in MCMAU in the past. Now it seemed like everyone was stronger than him, and they were all his enemies. His days were numbered. Rank 5. No, at least rank 6. Qin Fengqing made up his mind. If he wanted to break through consecutively, even rank 5 was not enough. He had to at least reach rank 6 to have the ability to protect himself. This world was too dangerous. As these people were talking, Fang Ping walked out from the rostrum. He was not wearing a hat, but he was not bald either. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. The others held back their laughter and said nothing. They would easily become Qin Fengqing's target. Wig? Qin Fengqing was a little confused. Not far away, Chen Yunqi whispered, It's not a wig. I saw him go to Vice-Chancellor Wu yesterday. Vice-Chancellor Wu helped him recover it. What? Didn't you say that as long as the catacombs were not destroyed, you wouldn't grow your hair? Not far away, Chen Yunqi ignored him. Yesterday, she saw Fang Ping go to Wu Quishan. He was still the kind of person who pestered Wu Quishan. After being kicked out a few times, he forced his way back in. Wu Quishan probably could not stand him and helped him recover in the end. However, it was a little embarrassing to talk about this in detail. Chen Yunqi decided not to say it. As for Qin Fengqing, his face was stiff. Mother asterisk cur, Fang Ping, this bastard. He really wanted to beat him to death now. On the stage, Fang Ping did not care what Qin Fengqing thought. After scanning the crowd, he saw Qin Fengqing's shiny head. Fang Ping revealed a kind smile. Old Qin's appearance was very handsome. Ignoring his hostile gaze, Fang Ping coughed softly and said, Dear instructors and students, the new semester has begun. The new year brings a new atmosphere. I would like to wish everyone a happy new year. After some pleasantries, Fang Ping went straight to the point. Today, MCMAU has a total of 7,460 instructors and students, 6,575 students, and 885 instructors. In the new semester, there are still 30 instructors who haven't joined the university. They will join in a few days. There are more than 900 instructors, 7,460 people, 2 rank 8s, 2 rank 7s, 35 rank SXS, 300 rank 5s, and 282 rank 4s. MCMAU has more than 600 middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists. As for rank 3 martial artists, including instructors, there are more than 600 people. Rank 2 martial artists are close to the 3,000 mark. There are about 3,000 rank 1 martial artists. As for aspiring martial artists, there are less than 300. As Fang Ping spoke, some aspiring martial artists below the stage felt ashamed. MCMAU was about to enter an era of martial artists. However, there were still some people who could not become official martial artists. Moreover, they were in the minority. This made these people feel ashamed. It was not until now that many people knew that MCMAU had reached this stage. There were more than 600 middle-ranked martial artists. There were not so many before. Including the instructors and students, there were only more than 400 people. In the past half a year, there were actually 100 or 200 people who had entered the middle ranks. Fong Ping did not care what everyone thought. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm not saying all this to prove how strong MCMAU is. Not only is MCMAU not strong, but it's actually very weak. There are currently only 4 Grandmaster level powerhouses, although Dean Tang and Dean Liu are about to break through. Even so, there are only 6 people. 6 people? Are there many?" Fong Ping's expression turned serious. He shouted, "Not many, but very few. Middle-ranked martial artists should know what I mean. Most of the rank 2 and 3 martial artists should also know what I mean. Compared to our enemies, MCMAU's strength is not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Aspiring martial artists go out now. Go to the energy room and the vitality pool to cultivate. It's free. From now on, MCMAU students who are below martial artist level will be provided with free cultivation resources by the university. It's no longer limited to credits. However, remember, free doesn't mean you can waste it. I give you time, but the enemy doesn't give us time. Aspiring martial artists today, if they haven't become martial artists by the end of the semester, they will all be expelled. When the next batch of new students enters the university, unless they have honed their bones twice or thrice within half a year, otherwise they will all be expelled." As soon as he said that, the aspiring martial artists below the stage looked at each other. Fong Ping shouted, "What are you looking at? Go out and cultivate. Right now, you don't even have the right to know. I hope you can become martial artists as soon as possible." Fong Ping asked them to go out. Many people looked at the instructors. Among the instructors, some nodded slightly. Helpless, the aspiring martial artists could only leave. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, many of them blushed. Even if Fong Ping was giving them benefits, it was still somewhat embarrassing that they were the only ones who were chased out of the 7,000 to 8,000 people present. Fong Ping did not care if they resented him or not. After they left, Fong Ping said in a clear voice, "Without strength, it's destined to be a tragedy. Now, everyone here is a martial artist. I don't care if everyone knows it or not. I want to say a few things. First, MCMAU has a great enemy of life and death. It's not like CCMAU or FMS like you think. They are not our enemies, but our comrades. Our enemies are also much stronger and more ruthless than them. In the past few years, I'm afraid many people have realized that countless instructors and students have died for no reason. Where did they die? They died on the battlefield. Therefore, starting this semester, MCMAU will add a new course, Basic Knowledge of the Catacombs. Remember, without permission, you are not allowed to reveal any information to the public. If you cause panic among the people, MCMAU and the government will hold you accountable and punish you severely." Below the stage, the instructors did not make a sound. Some of the students did not show any emotion either. However, some rank 1 and 2 students were instantly stirred up. Someone could not help but shout, "President Fong, who is this enemy you're talking about? Is it a cult? The catacombs? What is it? How strong is the enemy?" Fong Ping said lightly, "You'll know these when you get back. I won't go into details now. You only need to understand that compared to the other party, the difference in strength is huge. Most of you can't even be considered as cannon fodder. If you don't want to die, then cultivate hard." After saying that, Fong Ping continued, If I want to cultivate, many people will say that I lack resources and don't have enough missions to accept. What should I do? This is also the second thing I want to say. In order to let everyone cultivate better, MCMAU has decided to open a loan limit of 10 million credits. 10 million credits. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? How is this possible? Below the stage, there was a complete uproar. At this moment, even some of the instructors were seething. According to the previous exchange rate, 10 million credits of resources would require 300 billion cash. Of course, in reality, credits had depreciated slightly. Even so, the exchange rate had not changed. The market price of resources exchanged for 10 million credits was still more than 300 billion. Did MCMAU have so many resources? There was a lot of noise below the stage. With so many resources, each person could borrow 1,000 or 2,000 credits. That was tens of millions. Fong Ping pressed his hands together and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, listen up. Martial artists don't reap without sowing, and we won't allow this to happen. Those aspiring martial artists have limited strength. We can provide for them for free. But when you become a martial artist, you have to bear the responsibility of a martial artist. You're only borrowing, not giving. Moreover, these resources are stained with blood," Fong Ping said with a cold expression. "Not only the blood of the enemy, but also the blood and lives of our countless ancestors in the 61 years of MCMAU. You may not understand all this, but from today onwards, class instructors of all levels will bring the students to the school archives and the Southern Cemetery. The memorial tablets of our MCMAU instructors and students can no longer be placed on the top floor of the school archives. The Southern Cemetery can no longer bury any more skeletons. Whoever dares to waste resources and squander as they please will be severely punished once it is verified. The reason why we open these things, everything that these ancestors exchanged for with their blood, is because we don't want to see more of you enter the school archives and the Southern Cemetery. From today onwards, all of you must cultivate well. The so-called rank, 3 elites, are all nonsense. In MCMAU, those who have not reached the middle ranks are not even considered cannon fodder. If you don't want to die, if you don't want your family to die, then work hard. Don't think that you're a prodigy, a genius, and that you're nothing. I, Fong Ping, am a peak rank 5, the first on the rank 5 ranking list. Even I dare not say how strong I am, how amazing I am. Also, after borrowing, you must return. This point, no one is an exception. If anyone thinks that they can leave the school without returning and be fine, then I can only say that they are thinking too much. When these people leave MCMAU, no department or enterprise will recruit them. I don't care if you go to the catacombs or do other missions. In short, you must return what you've borrowed. MCMAU is not only open to you. This is a school, and we need to be responsible for our future students. As Fong Ping said that, he continued, this is the second thing. Third, from this semester onwards, MCMAU, NMAU, SCMAU, and many other schools will start using the internet platform. Missions, contributions, combat techniques, and guidance from instructors will be shared. You can also contact instructors from other schools to provide guidance, but the instructors from other schools will need to pay corresponding remuneration. Every martial arts university has its own specialties. Although MCMAU is the strongest among the martial arts universities, it does not mean that the other martial arts universities have nothing to learn from them. Moreover, the other martial arts universities also have some good stuff that they will share with us. This includes some extremely rare energy fruits and natural treasures. In order to cooperate with us, these schools have even taken out their most precious treasures. As long as you have enough credits, you can exchange for all of this. Don't say that you're not given a chance. There are many, many treasures that can speed up bone honing. It's not just pills. Pills are nothing. Those energy fruits with sufficient energy, one fruit might be able to let you hone dozens of bones in a day. Of course, the price is also frighteningly high. If you want it, you can. Cultivate hard and become stronger. Once you become stronger, you can have everything. In addition, the e-commerce platform will also open a professional martial arts forum. If you have any doubts, you can ask questions on the forum. We will arrange for some powerful instructors to be in charge of the operation and answer your questions. Some students do not dare to ask about things they do not understand. It is not appropriate to ask. Cultivation cannot be treated as a child's play. Some instructors are busy or not in school. If you can't find anyone to ask, your cultivation will be delayed. In the future, you don't have to wait for the instructor to return. There are also some people who have their own unique cultivation methods. There's no need to hide them. If you contribute, it will definitely be beneficial to everyone. The school will not miss out on your benefits either. Martial arts progress is about sharing. Our grandmaster powerhouses rarely hide the combat techniques they have created, unless they are sure that it is not suitable to be popularized. After saying so much, Fong Ping finally said one last thing. Ever since the second championship, I think many people have known about mutated martial artists. If someone has also experienced a mutation, don't be afraid. Don't hide it. Tell the school. The school will help you control your own strength and speed up your cultivation. If your relatives and friends have the same situation, they can also come to MCMAU for advice. They can even enter MCMAU to study. Don't think about whether I will be cut into pieces if I mutate. That's nonsense. Ridiculous. I, Fong Ping, am a mutated martial artist. NMAU Wang Jinyang, CCMAU Li Han Song, FMS Yao Qingjun, and so on. Which of us has become a lab rat? Don't think about it blindly. If you miss the golden cultivation period, it will not be worth it. At this point, Fong Ping was almost done talking. Seeing that many people below the stage were discussing in low voices, some were excited, some were at a loss, and did not continue to say more. Just as he was about to announce the end of the meeting, Fong Ping suddenly thought of something and added, "Right, the school will continue to hold the Rank 2 and Rank 3 martial arts competitions. Everyone, please participate." Meeting adjourned now. Don't go out of school if you have nothing to do. We'll talk about it after you finish the catacombs basic courses. Fong Ping announced the end of the meeting. Immediately, the people below started discussing loudly. Fong Ping had not walked far when a shiny bald head appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fong Ping, you tricked me." Fong Ping pretended not to hear him. As he walked, he said, "Let's go to the Martial Arts Society. Tell them about the mine you discovered. If you want to enter rank 5, then tell them in detail. If you don't, you won't even qualify to be cannon fodder in the future." I'm not going with you." Qin Fengqing was furious. Fong Ping turned his head to look at him. After a while, he said, "Fine. You said it yourself. Then go and dig it yourself. The school has a loan. Don't even think about borrowing a cent. Think of a way to enter rank 5. Anyway, with the current celestiality, you should be able to enter rank 5 after 7 or 8 years. Qin Fengqing's expression was conflicted. In the end, he said with a look of grief and indignation, "You always bully me." Fong Ping suddenly shivered. F***CK, can you not be so resentful? Chapter 431, Martial Arts Club. Fong Ping felt a little uncomfortable under Qin Fengqing's stare. He said angrily, "If you look at me again, I'll hammer you to death. Pay for my hair." Qin Fengqing's face was filled with grief and indignation. "I'd be a fool to believe you," Fong Ping said exasperately. "Compensate your ass. You shaved it yourself. What does it have to do with me? I forced you to shave it with a knife? Before you." As Qin Fengqing spoke, he suddenly went silent. With a face full of resentment, he snorted and stopped talking. What could he say? He insisted on shaving his head bald. Could it be that he had been tricked by Fong Ping? The most important thing wasn't the shaving. He was really in great pain because he lost all his hair stubble. After a moment of silence, Qin Fengqing said gloomily, "Is President Wu still in school?" "He should be here." Fang Ping glanced at him. He knew what he wanted to do, but he still said, "But if you go, you might be beaten to death. I only did this because I had no other choice. You were doing this all by yourself. And you even needed the principal to consume the imperishable substance for you. It's more like you recognize him as your father." Qin Fengqing's face darkened, but he quickly snorted and said, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to find trouble with you. Actually, I don't really want to recover. It can really increase my cultivation speed and reduce my consumption. Right? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Fang Ping was all smiles. He nodded and said, "It's good to consume a few less cal of vitality. It can save your life at a critical moment. Isn't that the same logic?" Qin Fengqing remained silent. At this moment, Huang Jing strode in. Looking at Qin Fengqing's big bald head, Huang Jing sighed softly. Perhaps it was his fatherly love acting up, but he reached out to rub Qin Fengqing's big bald head and sighed, "Don't be so silly next time." Fang Ping felt goosebumps all over his body. Old Huang wanted to pat his bald head and say that it was okay, but he insisted on saying comforting words. Qin Fengqing was touched at first. Then his expression changed and he snorted. The old man was so evil. When Fang Ping was fooling him, he was right beside him. Why didn't he tell him? Now he was pretending to be a good person. She shook her head, not giving Huang Jing a chance to continue touching her. Huang Jing felt a little regretful. It was fun to touch Fang Ping's bare head. No wonder Li Changxing did not let go of Fang Ping's head earlier. Seeing that Huang Jing had arrived, he took out the map of Magic City's catacombs and said, "Mark the place. Tell me the specific situation. What rank the monster is, how strong it is, and whether there are other monsters around. Tell me everything clearly." After saying that, Fang Ping said sternly, "Don't give me random information. I'm not afraid, but Vice-Chancellor Huang will be going down with us this time. You've caused the Vice-Chancellor's death. You'll have to deal with this yourself." Huang Jing did not feel good listening to this. "So it will only kill me? What about you? Would Qin Fengqing still be able to weigh his options? If he died, how could Qin Fengqing still be alive?" According to Fang Ping's words, he and Qin Fengqing probably would not die. The biggest possibility was that he would die first. Huang Jing suddenly did not feel like going in with them. He sighed and said, "Why don't we wait for Li Changxing to come out of seclusion?" "Don't." Fang Ping said immediately, "We don't know how long Instructor Li will be in closed-door cultivation. We can't just sit around during this time." Huang Jing sighed. "I really don't want to sit around, okay?" Seeing this, Fang Ping said again, "The reason we killed the monster this time is to get a divine weapon. Vice-Chancellor, if you have a divine weapon, will your strength increase greatly? Before this, you were only ranked 725 in the global rank 7 ranking. This ranking is too low. Look at Vice-Chancellor Qin. He's ranked 3rd in the world. This gap, I think it's the gap between divine weapons." Huang Jing said impatiently, "He's a peak rank 7. I'm only a middle stage. How can we be the same? Vice-Chancellor, how are the middle and low stage rank 7 divided? Mentality and cranial honing." Huang Jing did not mind telling him more about these now. He explained, "You should know how to enter rank 7. The Sanjiao Gate is closed, mentality vitality fusion, and mentality materialization. Once mentality materializes, its strength will increase greatly. At this time, it will combine with vitality force and smelt into celestiality. That will make it even stronger." As he said that, Huang Jing glanced at Fang Ping and said, "Your celestiality is not strong enough." "What?" Fang Ping was stunned. Huang Jing explained, "Let's put it this way. You can use celestiality as an extremely sharp weapon. For example, your bandit-slaying saber, chaos-vanquishing saber. All right, chaos-vanquishing saber. In your hands, how much power can you unleash? If it was in the hands of an aspiring martial artist, how much power can it unleash? Huang Jing laughed. Therefore, the celestiality that you're condensing now is also celestiality. Its origin is the same as ours. However, the power is completely different. It's fine if you supply it to the MCMAU, Celestiality Cultivation Room. The origin of the power is here unchanged. You can use celestiality to fight. If I unleash 100 celestiality, I can kill a rank 7. What about you? Fong Ping frowned immediately. The last time he blew up the peak rank 6, it was almost 100 celestiality. In the end, the peak rank 6 did not even die from the explosion. Forget about a rank 7, he probably could not even kill Tang Feng with the explosion. Huang Jing did not continue talking about this. He said, after you enter rank 7, the cultivation is actually divided into 2 stages. First, mentality cultivation. Second, the honing of the skull. Let me put it this way. Actually, when we first enter rank 7, we don't hone the skull. Instead, we focus on cultivating mentality. After mentality-vitality fusion, we can use the strength of vitality to nurture mentality. Simply put, mentality is a threshold of 1,000 hertz, 1,000 hertz, 2,000 hertz. That's early stage rank 7. 2,000 hertz, 3,000 hertz. That's middle stage. Upper stage, mentality, is all above 3,000 hertz. Only then will we start honing the skull. Actually, as long as we start honing the skull, we can be classified as peak rank 7. However, some people hone more, some people hone less. There will also be differences between peak rank 7. When all the skull honing is completed, we will directly enter rank 8. The honing of the bone marrow will automatically be completed. We will condense a golden body directly and become a real golden body powerhouse. Only peak rank 7 can hone the skull? Fong Ping was a little surprised. He rubbed his chin and said, Then I'm awesome. Huang Jing could not be bothered with him. He continued, Once CCMAU's Li Hansong enters rank 7, he can skip the peak stage and focus on cultivating mentality. Then, when his mentality reaches 3,000 hertz, there will be a qualitative change. He will guide the recovery of the skull and enter rank 8 directly. Why must one's mentality reach this stage? Huang Jing laughed. Let me put it this way. Mentality is actually a primer that starts the evolution of the human body. If your mentality is not at this stage, then you can't complete this evolution process. You can't guide the natural honing of the bone marrow, condensing a golden body. But I've condensed a golden bone, haven't I? Instructor Li is almost the same. Huang Jing said tiredly. Don't take a special case as the norm. Both of you have problems. You know it. Normal people can't do it. Oh, Huang Jing continued. So, after you close the Sanjiao Gate, it's hard to say whether you will enter rank 7 or become an abnormal rank 8. An abnormal rank 8? Fong Ping was speechless. Huang Jing laughed. The kind that's similar to Li Changsheng, but you should be a little more advanced than him. If I'm not wrong, the bone marrow of your skull has not been honed. You know this too? Nonsense. If you really honed it, you wouldn't be like this now. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, The guidance of mentality is actually guiding the recovery of the bone marrow of the skull, moving the other bone marrow. This is not easy to explain. You'll understand when you reach that stage. If your mentality has not reached 3,000 hertz, you probably can't guide it. This may have something to do with the brain nucleus. The strength of the brain nucleus is too weak. Fong Ping muttered, In other words, my mentality is not strong enough. My bone marrow can't be completely honed. Or in other words, I lack the primer, so I can only be a fake rank 8. Yes. Huang Jing nodded. Take Li Changxing, for example. His mentality has not even reached 1,000 hertz. let alone 3,000 hertz. That's why he can't be considered a rank 8. However, after mentality-vitality fusion, the speed of mentality growth is also very fast. His vitality is strong, more than 30,000 calories. Under these circumstances, the speed at which he nurtures his mentality is 10 times faster than the average peak rank 6. That's why he can reach the stage of 1,000 hertz instantiation in no time. As for when he can really achieve rank 8, it depends on the situation. Fong Ping nodded and smiled. 3,000 hertz mentality, right? I don't think it's that difficult. I'm almost instantiating, but I haven't achieved rank 6 yet. Huang Jing's tone faltered. He did not say anything. What you said makes sense. Fong Ping did not boast anymore. He asked again, Vice-Chancellor Qin, has he started honing his skull? He didn't start honing, but he has honed to the last step. His mentality has long surpassed 3,000 hertz. Out of the 29 skulls, he has honed at least 25 of them. If nothing goes wrong, he will complete the honing very soon and achieve rank 8. In addition, he has a divine weapon in his hands. His combat strength is not weak either. Vice-Chancellor, divine weapons are only used to kill some high-rank monsters and monster plants. Why don't so many people have them? Even if a rank 8 can't kill a rank 8, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a rank 7, right? Huang Jing was a little embarrassed. What are you thinking? You can kill high-ranked monsters just because you want to? They come in groups at every turn. How are you going to kill them? Moreover, a rank 8 might not be able to kill a rank 7 monster. Monsters are not weak. Moreover, under normal circumstances, unless it's a last resort or a suitable opportunity, we won't go against these monsters and monster plants. Also, a divine weapon exists in the void. It needs a brain nucleus and a heart nucleus. Huang Jing frowned. Most of the time, monsters or monster plants will self-destruct their brain nucleus or heart nucleus before they die. That's why sometimes, even if you kill a high-ranked monster, you might not be able to get a divine weapon. Fong Ping asked doubtfully, aren't there brain and heart nuclei in MCMAU's pressure room? Huang Jing shook his head. Actually, those in the pressure room are all defective products, including some brain nuclei and heart nuclei that were not completely destroyed after self-destruction. Or a single part. For example, a monster only has its heart nucleus or brain nucleus left. As for the smelting of a divine weapon, theoretically, 2 different monster cores and brain nuclei can be smelted. However, they are not compatible. The probability of an explosion is very high. Therefore, it's best to smelt the same monster core and heart nucleus. When the initial casting is completed, you can add some other supplementary materials and forge again. For example, if you smelted a rank 7 divine weapon, you can add some suitable materials in the future and continue smelting. Maybe you can forge a rank 8 divine weapon. The grade of the divine weapon is the grade of the monster that the smelted heart and brain nucleus belong to. You can say that. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions. Some powerhouses are used to using a divine weapon. In the later stages, they can upgrade the grade by paying the price. There are also some powerhouses who have lived for a long time. Huang Jing said softly. They have obtained the divine weapon for a long time. After nurturing it for a few decades, there might be a qualitative change, directly upgrading the divine weapon. This has happened before, but it takes a long time. I see. Fong Ping nodded. Then he looked at him uncertainly and whispered, Vice-Chancellor, can you kill a rank 7 monster? Huang Jing was not angry this time. He thought for a moment and said, if it's an early stage rank 7, I still have a chance. If it's a middle stage one, then it'll be difficult. If it's a peak one, Huang Jing said helplessly, then I'll run. I'm definitely not a match for it. Upper stage ones are fine. I should be able to hold on for a while. After you run, I'll leave. It's not a big problem. If I really meet a peak one, You two brats will be the death of me. Fong Ping did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Qin Fengqing and said, "The mine that you encountered. What level of monster was guarding it? Did you see the monster's body?" Qin Fengqing subconsciously touched his bald head. He thought for a while and said, "Actually, I just wandered around the periphery. However, that mine wasn't too big. According to my estimation, it looked like an early stage or middle stage rank 7. I could still feel its aura. It wasn't too strong. Not as strong as Old Man Qin." "Old Man Qin? It's Chun Yaoding. That old man used his mentality to suppress me last time. I think he's much stronger than that monster." Qin Fengqing explained and then cursed. "That old man is shameless. A peak rank 7 bullied a rank for martial artists like me the last time he was buried underground for more than half a day. Later on, he was beaten up until his head was full of bumps." Qin Fengqing could not take this lying down. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. Now, Qin Fengqing had also made a mental note. He had too many enemies. The weaker ones were like Fong Ping. The slightly stronger ones were like Tang Feng. The stronger ones were like Qin Yaoting. These people would be dealt with one by one sooner or later. Yes, there was also Wang Jinyang. Qin Fengqing added in his heart. That bastard, old Wang, had beaten him up before. It was a pity that he could not catch up. Otherwise, he would have taken revenge a long time ago. Huang Jing did not care about him. This kid could shout whatever he wanted. Shouting in front of others was the real deal. After thinking for a while, Huang Jing said, "If that's the case, we can try, but it's still not too safe." Huang Jing seemed to have thought of something and said, "How about this? I'll make some preparations. Vice-Chancellor Wu would be the best choice, but powerhouses have strong senses. If Vice-Chancellor Wu goes, it'll easily attract stronger powerhouses. It's better if I go with you." Actually, Wu Quishan did not have many things to do. He could still go. However, once he entered the catacombs or followed Fong Ping and the rest, it would be too easy to attract rank 8 monsters or catacombs powerhouses. It was even possible to attract the attention of rank 9 powerhouses. Therefore, if they were to go, Huang Jing was more suitable. Moreover, if the monster sensed his aura, it might not run. However, if it sensed Wu Quishan's aura, the probability of it escaping was higher. The monster was not an idiot. Both Fong Ping and Huang Jing nodded. At this moment, Qin Fengqing had also marked the location on the map. Then he suddenly said angrily, "We agreed to split it 50-50. Fong Ping, if you screw me over again, I'll hang myself in front of your house." Fong Ping was stunned. Huang Jing's face was filled with exasperation. "Can't you have some backbone? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You should say something harsh." This kid did not dare to say anything harsh. He actually wanted to hang himself in front of Fong Ping's house. "Do you have any shame?" Fong Ping was speechless. After a while he said, "Is it really good to be so harsh on yourself? If that's the case, you're really going to screw me over." Qin Fengqing suddenly sobered up. He snatched the map in his hands and gritted his teeth. "Without me, you won't be able to find it. What I marked just now was fake." Huang Jing rubbed his forehead again. Right now, he really wanted to beat a few people to death for fun. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, helplessly, "I'm not planning to screw you over. I promise if there are any gains this time, I'll provide as many resources as you need to break through rank 5. Is that okay?" "Really? If I lie, you'll hang yourself in front of MCMAU's main gate. Is that okay?" "No, I'll go to your house." "MCMAU is better." "Are you stupid? Not many people in my house know. If you hang yourself in front of MCMAU's main gate, the whole world will know." "That makes sense." Listening to these two idiots' conversation, Huang Jing was getting more and more tired. This was the first and last time. Next time, If he talked business with these two idiots again, he would die. Also, Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping again. This guy said he would provide Qin Fengqing with cultivation resources. Was he lending it to Qin Fengqing or giving it to him? He did not say. However, looking at Qin Fengqing again, Huang Jing suddenly felt relieved. Even if he borrowed it, Qin Fengqing probably did not plan to return it. This kid was not stupid. The probability of him going back on his word was as high as 100%. Young people these days. Huang Jing shook his head. They were not pure at all. Back in the day, the people of their generation were so pure and kind. How could they be so cunning? After that, the few of them arranged a time. Huang Jing needed to prepare. Fang Ping also needed to cultivate combat techniques, and Qin Fengqing prepared to cultivate peak rank for. Maybe this time he would break through in the catacombs. Most of the time in the catacombs was for running. There was no time for him to cultivate. After discussing these, the few of them went their separate ways. Before they left, Huang Jing heard Fang Ping ask him to prepare catacombs clothes and headgear. He felt very tired. Do I have to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist for once? Chapter 432. In February, MCMAU entered the era of frenzied cultivation in the entire school. The supply of pills was no longer 1 or 2. Instead, they were transported out by the boxes. The production line in MCMAU was working overtime. This time, MCMAU cooperated with a few martial arts universities. The other party could use raw materials to exchange for credits and pills in MCMAU. The two major companies did not say anything. At this moment, MCMAU only cooperated with a few martial arts universities. Although CCMAU also participated in the cooperation, CCMAU's cooperation was limited and not carried out on a large scale. The martial arts universities were self-sufficient in raw materials, so it did not affect the entire company's operations. However, the two major companies also kept a close eye on MCMAU. If MCMAU dared to purchase raw materials from the outside, the two major companies would not let it go. This time, MCMAU had caused a lot of trouble. In addition to the matter of the evil sect, there was a handle on them. Zhao Yu was confirmed to be a member of the evil sect. Under such circumstances, the two major companies paid a hefty price and were unwilling to continue causing trouble. However, all the grievances during this period were written off after the other party paid 200 billion in resources. If MCMAU crossed the line again, it would no longer be the two major companies' business. The higher-ups would not allow it. Moreover, letting MCMAU go this time was also related to some of the higher-ups' strategies. The crisis was getting bigger. It was very likely that they would soon enter the era of national cultivation. Recently, the government had informed the two major companies, especially the pill company, to produce large amounts of cheap goods such as normal vitality pills and blood and qi replenishing pills. This kind of low-grade elixir was prepared for the entire population to start cultivating. Once it reached this point, the price of pills would inevitably decrease. Although MCMAU was causing a lot of trouble now, in the eyes of the two major companies, when that time came, it was hard to say who would lose and who would profit. At that point, supplying martial arts universities with large amounts of pills for free would probably become the norm. Now that MCMAU was causing trouble, the two major companies would not spare a single cent and let them cause trouble. They were the ones who asked for it. Fang Ping could actually guess some of the two major companies' thoughts, but he did not care. It was better to rely on oneself than on others, who knew what the situation would be like when that time came. Taking the benefits first and working hard to improve was the right way. In the last few days of February, Fang Ping was also cultivating like crazy. He did not put much effort into his realm. He mainly cultivated combat techniques. Saber techniques and footwork were Fang Ping's main cultivation goals. Other than that, Fang Ping was also working hard to learn more about the catacombs language. He had experience communicating with people from the catacombs, so his learning was more effective. Fong Ping even had the intention to learn the catacombs language, but there were too few experts in this area. There were not enough of them even for the higher-ups. Currently, there were no such experts in MCMAU. As for Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Li Changxing, and the others, they had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. They did not appear for a long time. Other than Fong Ping, everyone else was working hard. On Fong Yuan's end, he had entered MCMAU affiliated first high school. As for Fong Ping, he went to look for Wu Quishan. Actually, Fong Ping kept a little of the life essence that he had exchanged the last time. He let Wu Quishan seal it in Fong Yuan's skeleton. When Fong Yuan could no longer nurture his vitality, he could choose to break through. As a matter of fact, it was difficult for Fong Yuan to increase his qi anymore. Fong Ping was the one who had helped her break through to 180 calories. It was almost impossible for him to enter the third bone-honing stage now. If nothing went wrong, he would soon choose to break through and become a true martial artist. As for his parents, Li Yueying did not look for a job. Fong Mingrong, on the other hand, did not go to the government anymore. Instead, he went to a group under MCMAU and became a more leisurely assistant. Fong Mingrong was afraid of being too idle. Actually, he did not plan to do very well. He was not cut out for that. It was just that he had a job, and at least he felt that he was not useless. In the blink of an eye, it was March 5th, Friday. Fong Ping was still cultivating by the sea. Chen Yunqi ran over with a flushed face. She looked slightly excited, pacing back and forth about 10 meters away from Fong Ping. Fong Ping put down the unsheathed, chaos-vanquishing saber. Nowadays, unless he was in a great battle, he would always be nurturing his saber. Seeing that Chen Yunqi was waiting beside him, Fong Ping exhaled, turned around, and walked over. He said, "What's the matter?" "Fong Ping, I broke through to rank 4. Chen Yunqi's face was full of joy. She said excitedly, "I'm a middle-ranked martial artist." After Han Su, she was the second martial artist among the National Martial Arts University's sophomores to enter the middle-ranked. As for Fong Ping, no one counted him now. "Rank 4? Fong Ping smiled. "Congratulations. How many celestial bridges have you built?" 3. Chen Yunqi said with some regret. "I wanted to build 5 celestial bridges at first, but my physique is too weak. I can't take it." It was just that her physique was too weak, not that she had insufficient energy. Old man Chen was going crazy. This time for his granddaughter's breakthrough, the old man directly sent over a big bag of energy stones, the normal kind, not the high-ranked ones. Even so, this bag was not cheap. Qin Yaoding was so biased toward his granddaughter that even the Qin family was somewhat dissatisfied. However, the old man who was about to reach rank 8 insisted on being biased, so there was no point in being dissatisfied. According to the old man's words to his old friends, it was also incomparably bitter. He had no choice but to be biased. His granddaughter had taken a fancy to Fong Ping. That bastard, cultivating like it was a game. No matter how talented his granddaughter was, no matter how hard she worked, she could not keep up with the pace. She could only throw money at him. No matter what, he would throw money at him first. Otherwise, if Fong Ping was a grandmaster and his granddaughter was still rank 3, that would be too embarrassing. Chen Yaoding did not believe that he, a martial artist about to reach rank 8, could not beat the brat Fong Ping with all his might to support his granddaughter. Later, if he could get a batch of life essence, he would directly let his granddaughter soak in it. He wanted to see if that bastard Fong Ping could shake off the distance. Regarding this, Fong Ping really did not know. Chen Yunqi actually knew a little. If it were in the past, she might not want it. After all, she was not the only one in the Chen family. Now, however, Chen Yunqi did not think too much about it. She wanted it first. She needed to increase her rank first. Otherwise, she would soon be left far behind. Fong Ping was already peak rank 5. 3 is already not bad. Fong Ping laughed. I heard that Han Su only built 3. That brat is thrice honed. His vitality and physique are slightly stronger than yours. As he said that, Fang Ping added, Zhao Lei is about to break through too, right? Yes. Chen Yunqi responded, but she did not say much about Zhao Lei. Instead, she said excitedly, Fang Ping, I heard that you're going to the catacombs. Can I go this time? Fang Ping shook his head. Seeing that she was a little disappointed, he chuckled. Your strength is a little lacking. Qin Fengqing's strength is also a little lacking. Next time we go to the catacombs, we won't bring him. If he follows me, without the strength of rank 5 or 6, it'll be very easy to lose his life. Oh. Chun Yunqi did not insist. Going to the catacombs was not a joke. If she really became a burden, she could easily harm others and herself. Although she could not go with them, Chun Yunqi still said, then I'll go to the catacombs too. I won't go with you guys. I'll go by myself. You're going to the catacombs? Yes, I'm also a rank for martial artist. Chan Yunqi said hurriedly, I'll be active near Hope City. I won't go too deep. Now that Sky Gate City's strength has weakened, our range of activity has expanded a lot. We can't always cultivate hard on the ground. Even if they did not lack resources for hard cultivation, their cultivation speed would not be fast. No powerhouse cultivated hard. Just like Wu Quishan said, some of the young people in the seed conservation plan might have very high ranks, even higher than Fang Ping. However, this kind of vitality martial artist might not have much actual combat experience. If they really encountered a martial artist like Fang Ping who played hide-and-seek with high ranks, even if Fang Ping's combat techniques were average, his psychological quality would be miles ahead of them. When he was fighting for his life, he was even crazier. When it came to fighting, it was not difficult for Fang Ping to kill a team of rank SAXS alone. Not to mention Fang Ping. Even Qin Fengqing, this guy, was suppressed by geniuses like Fang Ping. Compared to those people, it was not difficult for Qin Fengqing to kill a few rank 5s. Hearing Qin Yunqi say so, Fang Ping did not stop her. He only said, then you be careful. It's best if you go with the people from the school. Since she had become a martial artist, there was no reason for her to always hide in the back. Those people in the seed conservation plan, their ancestors were rank 9 paragons. Although Chen Yunqi's grandfather was also strong, he was not that strong yet. When the battle started, she also had to rely on herself. Yes, I will. Fang Ping, when are you going to enter the catacombs? Tomorrow or the day after. I'll see how Qin Fengqing and the others are preparing. Then let's go together. I'll wait for you guys in Hope City. Qin Yunqi insisted on going with him. In the end, Fang Ping did not refuse. It was not only Qin Yunqi. On March 7th, when Fang Ping set off, there were many people who went with him this time. Huang Jing did not show up. It was unknown whether he went in earlier or later. Fang Ping did not ask him. Previously, Huang Jing said that they would meet at the place. Maybe he was worried that if he went with Fang Ping and the others, they would attract high ranks, and it would be easy for problems to arise. In front of the martial arts society, Fang Ping glanced at everyone. This time, Qin Yunqi's side was led by the middle stage rank for Liang Fenghua. Other than Liang Fenghua, the early stage rank for Yi Qing was also there. There was another rank 4 plus Qin Yunqi, a total of 4 rank 4 martial artists. There were also more than 10 upper stage rank 3 and above martial artists. These people were also preparing to enter the catacombs this time. Resources were secondary. More importantly, they wanted to experience some life and death battles. Now, East Sunflower City and Sky Gate City have joined forces. Sky Gate City has been fighting with us for many years, but they suffered heavy losses last time. Now, they are in a state of retreat. However, East Sunflower City has just come into contact with us. Now, both sides are in a breaking-in period. Breaking-in period sounded quite awkward, but it was the truth. Liang Fenghua said as they walked. Therefore, currently in the battlefield between East Sunflower City and Hope City, The main battle is between middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. This is also an opportunity in the early stages of the war. Right now, everyone is not too familiar with each other's combat style, so we can still practice for a while. In the later stages, it will be even more bloody. When both sides are familiar with each other, when they fight, it will be easier for newbies like us to die or get injured. Fong Ping glanced at the crowd. In the crowd, he saw many familiar faces. He nodded and said, "Senior, you're relatively more stable. You've entered the catacombs many times, so you have a lot of experience. However, try to be careful and don't go too deep." "Aha, I know that." Liang Fenghua glanced at him and said softly, "You be careful too, Fong Ping. Don't take too many risks." As soon as he said that, Big Baldy, who was following beside him, said loudly, "What are you afraid of? If you have the time to worry about him, why don't you worry about yourself? Do you think this bastard will die so easily?" Liang Fenghua could not be bothered with him, but after some thought he still warned, "Qin Fengqing, it's fine if you want to die, but don't put Junior Feng in danger." Qin Fengqing almost vomited blood in anger. "Are you sure I'm the one bringing this guy to risk his life? I'm only rank 4, and he's comparable to a rank 6, okay. The most important thing is, this kid is better at running than me. I could not outrun him in the past, and now he knows breath control and has a higher rank than me." No matter how unwilling Qin Fengqing was to admit it, he knew that Fong Ping's life-saving skills were much better than his. He even suspected that if Huang Jing died, Fong Ping would not be able to. If Fong Ping and Huang Jing were to be left alone in the middle of the catacombs, Huang Jing would be the first to die. Qin Fengqing's face darkened and he did not reply. He could say whatever he wanted. Chun Yunqi, who was beside him, added, "Senior Qin, you guys go together. Take care of Fong Ping. He hasn't entered the catacombs that many times." Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. "Are you sure you want me to take care of him?" Fong Ping smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Maybe I'll go in today and come back at night." As they chatted, they passed through MCMAU's underground passageway and arrived at the underground hall. Seeing Fong Ping, many people greeted him. One of the soldiers guarding the door laughed and said, "President Fong, how long has it been since you last shot an advertisement? I haven't seen you release a new film in a long time. I'm sick of the old ones." Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did these soldiers have nothing better to do? They walked all the way until they reached the alloy house. The gatekeeper was still one person. Ever since Scarface died in battle, the gatekeeper had not been replaced. Seeing Fong Ping and the others arrive, the gatekeeper smiled and said, "Fong Ping, whose house are you going to raid this time?" The last time Fong Ping and the others entered, they raided a rank 7 martial artist's house. At that time, he thought that the situation in the catacombs had improved. Later, he found out that these two fellows had even caused a fight between the Jiao and the rank 7. The last time, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing had just entered rank for not long ago. Now, one had killed a peak rank 6, and the other was already a peak rank 4. These two kids, were they going to raid a rank 8's house? Fong Ping chuckled. "Uncle, what are you talking about? This time we're going into the catacombs to gain experience. Every time we go into the catacombs, we're going to run. This time, we're going to stay a little longer." Every time he went into the catacombs, he did not stay long. Most of the time, he was chased out. This time, Fong Ping felt that he needed to stay a little longer. Mining was secondary. He also planned to make a trip to Monster Sunflower City, or Sky Gate City. Sky Gate City had life essence, and Monster Sunflower City had mentality nourishing sunflower seeds. If he could get his hands on some, it would be better than mining. Some things could not be bought with money. The government did not have many scarce resources, and it was extremely difficult to obtain them. Stay a little longer. The gatekeeper could not help but laugh. He did not say much. "I'm just afraid that if you kids stay too long, you'll stir up chaos in the catacombs." Over at the military department, they were still more well-informed. When Fong Ping was in Nanjiang catacombs, he had caused a huge commotion in Nanjiang catacombs, even involving rank 9 martial artists. If he did the same in Magic City catacombs, he suspected that he would blacklist Fong Ping next time and ban him from entering. Sometimes it was more important for everyone to maintain a balance. Chaos was not necessarily good. When Fong Ping and the others entered the square from the passageway, in Hope City, many people had received the news. In the next moment, many martial artists in Hope City sighed. Those 2 scourges are here again. Stay away. No one is allowed to act with them. Martial artists around the Jiao's forest. Evacuate as soon as possible. Don't leave anyone near Wolf Head Mountain. In an instant, orders were passed down one after another. If they acted with these 2 fellows, the probability of death was too high. It was best not to follow them. Every path was dangerous. Moreover, the 2 high ranks that these 2 fellows had provoked before, a rank 8 Jiao Beast and a peak rank 7 Wolf Head Mountain owner, were still alive. Who knew if these 2 bastards would provoke them this time? That was not all. These 2 brats were also good at tricking people. Do not pretend to be injured for no reason. Who knows, you might be tricked again. When Fong Ping walked past and saw the passers-by avoiding him, he could not help but turn his head and scold. Qin Feng Qing, your character is really good. It was the catacombs. There were a lot of martial artists. There were many rank SXS. Look at how scared they were. Qin Feng Qing sneered. Don't you know? Who's the tiger who cleans the streets? Ask others and you'll know. I'm not as hated as you. As soon as he had this thought, someone beside him scolded angrily. Remember what those 2 bastards look like. Don't follow them. Stay far away from them. President, why? Do you see that big bald guy? Last time, he lured hundreds of monsters to kill us. Now he's even shaving his head. Maybe he has some bad intentions. Qin Feng Qing turned his head to take a look. He could not help but mutter, hate because of love. Women are really unscrupulous to attract my attention. The person beside him was none other than Magic City Women's University's Zhou Qiyue. At this moment, there were many girls beside Zhou Qiyue. They were all young. It seemed like many of them had entered the catacombs for the first time. Their faces were full of curiosity. Fong Ping had good hearing. He glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Did this guy really think that Zhou Qiyue liked him? Zhou Qiyue looked like she wanted to hack him to death. How could he understand that love had turned to hate and she was purposely trying to attract his attention? Qin Feng Qing did not have this self-awareness. He touched his bald head. Fong Ping might have a point. Shaving his head could at least cover up some of his handsomeness. He was focused on martial arts. He did not have the time to deal with these love-struck women. Therefore, Qin Feng Qing walked past arrogantly, not even looking at Zhou Qiyue. This made Zhou Qiyue even angrier. This guy did bad things. Did he not feel guilty at all? Chapter 433. Hope City. Fong Ping and Qin Feng Qing were like tigers clearing the streets. Wherever they went, people would leave. Fong Ping did not mind. He smiled as he walked. The place we're going to is 500 to 600 li to the east. We're almost at the 100 Beasts forest. Should we leave today or wait? Qin Feng Qing was about to speak when he sensed something was wrong. He asked cautiously, "How did you know?" "Old Huang is such a jerk. How could he just tell you?" He did not tell Fong Ping the exact location, but he did tell Huang Jing. Huang Jing was not with them, but they could not let old Huang run around. How did Fong Ping know? Fong Ping sneered, too lazy to respond. "I knew it a long time ago. If not for the fact that he could not find the exact location, and the guy insisted on following, Fong Ping would not have brought him along. In addition, Qin Feng Qing had told him about the surrounding environment. Fong Ping grinned and said, "The 100 Beasts forest is about 800 li to the east. However, halfway between the 100 Beasts forest and Hope City, there's a relatively safer place, Hedgehog Ridge. Hedgehog Ridge got its name because someone found a Cheong exotic beast similar to the one recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It looked like a cow, had hedgehog fur, and sounded like a hyena. However, the Cheong Chi recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas had wings. The beast found in Hedgehog Ridge had no wings, so it was called a hedgehog. As Fong Ping spoke, he rubbed his chin and said, "Speaking of which, this Classic of Mountains and Seas might not be full of nonsense. The Jiao in the Jiao's forest seemed to have some similarities with the Jiao in the records. No wonder we call it Jiao here. In the catacombs martial artists called it golden-horned beast. However, how they called it was up to them. The Jiao probably did not care what others called it as long as it ate." As Fong Ping spoke, he mumbled, "I didn't think too much about it before, but now that I think about it, the Classic of Mountains and Seas, as well as the monsters and mounts in ancient legends, were they imagined by humans, or did they really exist before? I've heard that some rank 9 powerhouses have beasts as mounts. Modern powerhouses keep a low profile. Mounts are usually kept in the catacombs. Ancient powerhouses might not be like that. It's not impossible for them to tame a mount and ride it out to show off. In that case, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there were too many secrets hidden in the ancient legends of Sino Nation. Did ancient martial artists have any contact with the catacombs? Did those legendary divine beasts and mutated beasts come from the catacombs? Or did they already exist on Earth? If there was, then why did it disappear completely? Did Earth have the glory of martial arts 1,000 years ago? If there was, why did the current records show that there was a huge gap in the middle, causing martial arts to enter a period of decline? Fong Ping still remembered what had been said in class before. Before martial arts universities existed, or perhaps even earlier, rank 3 martial artists were already strong enough to start their own sects and call themselves ancestral Taoists. There was a time when middle-ranked martial artists were the top dogs in the sect world. Perhaps those sects that have been around for thousands of years really do have some secrets. Fong Ping continued to mumble, already forgetting to continue speaking to Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again and again. It must be old Huang. Yes, the small mineral vein he had discovered was near Hedgehog Ridge. Of course, Hedgehog Ridge was huge too, comparable to the size of Magic City. Even a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse would need a few days to find a small mineral vein in such a big place. Moreover, in the catacombs, normal powerhouses would not dare to use their mentality to search so wantonly. Old Huang is really a scumbag. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. This was his secret, or at least Fong Ping's secret. He knew that Fong Ping was so petty that he wanted to leave him behind. If Fong Ping and Huang Jing knew the location, what use would Qin Fengqing have then? Since there was no use, why would he bring him along? He had promised old Huang not to tell Fong Ping. If he brought Fong Ping along, he could at least be a guide, show his presence, and prove his value. Now, old Huang had betrayed him. How dare this old man call himself my senior uncle? He didn't keep his word. Qin Fengqing was furious. He kept staring at Fong Ping. This bastard wouldn't leave him behind and go there alone, would he? Fong Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sneered. "What are you looking at?" "I guessed it. Do you think I need to ask Vice-Chancellor Huang about such a small matter?" Qin Fengqing's face was full of disbelief. "You told me yourself. Did you forget?" "When did I tell you?" "You really did forget. Didn't you tell me last time that we agreed to mine together?" Qin Fengqing thought for a while. After a long time he said, uncertainly, "I didn't, did I?" "Did he tell Fong Ping last time?" "No way. He was not an idiot. Why would he tell Fong Ping? He could not wait to hide this kind of thing." Fong Ping was too lazy to attack him. After walking for a while, he turned his head to look at Chen Yunqi and the others. "You guys report to the military department. Listen to the military department's arrangements. We'll act on our own." When martial arts university students entered the catacombs, they could not go wherever they wanted. The military department would make some arrangements. However, it was fine if they did not go. As long as they were not afraid of death, it was fine. Going to the military department to make arrangements was just to be safer. Hearing him say this, Liang Fenghua nodded and reminded, "Be careful." "I will." Seeing that they were about to separate, Qin Yunqi suddenly took a necklace from her neck and stuffed it into Fang Ping's hand. She turned and ran. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "Yunqi, why did you give this to me?" "I was afraid that you wouldn't have money to spend." Qin Fengqing's face was full of disdain. He laughed and said, "I was afraid that you would be hungry. I gave you this gold chain. You might even be able to exchange it for food in the catacombs." Fang Ping glared at him. Seeing that Chen Yunqi had disappeared, he frowned slightly. He turned around and handed the necklace to Liang Fenghua. "Senior, return this to her for me." "Junior Fang, this." Liang Fenghua was in a difficult position. He said in a low voice, "Junior sister Chen is kind. You should accept it first." "Calm her down." Fang Ping shook his head and said in a low voice, "This is not a necklace." "Huh." Liang Fenghua was stunned for a moment. He did not understand. Fang Ping pointed at the pendant of the necklace. He frowned slightly and said, "It has a very strong life aura. It might be something like a life-saving pill or an energy fruit. I can't use it. It should be given to her by her grandfather. Return it to her for me." Liang Fenghua understood immediately. Beside him, Qin Fengqing squinted his eyes and swallowed. He was a little tempted. A life-saving item? He was lacking this. However, seeing that Liang Fenghua was holding the chaos-vanquishing saber, looking as if he would kill him immediately if he dared to move, Qin Fengqing could only watch Liang Fenghua keep the necklace. What a waste! Actually, I quite like this kind of girl. Gentle and lovely. Most importantly, she's rich. Qin Fengqing mumbled for a while. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Qiyu behind him. Suddenly he shouted, "Tigress, do you have money in your family?" He wanted to ask. If she had money, it was not like he could not sell his body. In order to increase his strength, it was okay to sell his body a little. It was better to suffer some losses. Zhou Qiyu, who was telling her juniors about Qin Fengqing's evil deeds, looked frighteningly ugly. What did this guy call her? Before she could reply, Qin Fengqing suddenly sighed. "You don't look like you're rich." "Forget it, I won't ask." Let's go. Remember, don't run east. This time, your Grandpa Qin is going east to 100 Beasts Forest to walk some high-ranked beasts. Maybe a few dozen of them will appear. Don't go looking for death." After saying that, Qin Fengqing ran away immediately. Zhou Qiyu had wanted to curse a little more, but when she heard that, she froze on the spot. This big baldy, was he joking or serious? While Zhou Qiyu was in a daze, Fang Ping followed. Soon, their figures disappeared from the north gate. In the next moment, the news spread in Hope City. Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping, the two troublemakers, had gone to 100 Beasts Forest, Hope City Command Center. When Su Mafu received the news, he was stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask, "Is it true?" The soldier who came to report the news said immediately, "Qin Fengqing said it himself. It's hard to tell the truth, but if he really goes to 100 Beasts Forest, is he looking for death?" Su Mafu could not help but curse. Actually, 100 Beasts Forest was not called 100 Beasts Forest in the past. This name had only spread recently. Before that, 100 Beasts Forest was called 10,000 Demons Forest. 100 Beasts Forest was the forbidden area with the most monsters and plants in Magic City's catacombs. There were many high-ranked monsters there, and there was even a rank 9 monster in the past. Hope City's martial artists would not go there. They did not dare to go there. Not to mention the middle and low ranks, even rank 9 powerhouses would not go there. If the monsters in 100 Beasts Forest were to go on a rampage, rank 9 powerhouses might not have a good ending. How many high-ranked monsters there were in 100 Beasts Forest was still unknown. Knowing that Qin Fengqing had gone there, Su Mafu felt a headache coming on. He could not help but curse. Those two bastards from MCMAU. Why did they go to the catacombs? If other martial artists did not go to the catacombs, Su Mafu would definitely be unhappy. Being afraid of death was not the style of human martial artists. However, Su Mafu really wished that Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping would not come. Qin Fengqing used to wander around the catacombs when he was rank 3. This is not the first time he lured monsters out. Su Mafu scoffed. This was not unprecedented. If there was no precedent, he would not be worried. However, although Qin Fengqing did not have much strength, his notoriety was not weak. Back when he was rank 3, he had lured many monsters out, and many martial artists were almost killed by him. However, this guy usually went to places with few people. He was not very active near Hope City. If others met him in the wild, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Now, Qin Fengqing was rank 4. In addition to Fang Ping, who had even lured out the tutelary monster plant in Nanjang's catacombs, these two people were going to 100 Beasts Forest now. Just thinking about it, Su Mafu felt that he had to take it seriously. If they really lured out countless high-ranked monsters, Su Mafu did not dare to imagine what kind of trouble would happen. Go inform General Tian and Old Ko. Forget it, I'll go myself. I also have to tell Old Fan, don't let the monsters attack the city carelessly. Su Mafu cursed again and said, if these two kids lured the monsters to attack the city, MCMAU will solve it. If they can't solve it, then let these two bastards handle it themselves. Su Mafu had made up his mind. If this really happened and MCMAU could not handle it, then he would not let Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, these two bastards, enter the city. He would think of a way to solve it himself. If he could not, then he would die for nothing. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but Su Mafu could not risk the whole of Hope City for these two people. Su Mafu continued to curse, while a few commander-level generals beside him laughed and said, General, Qin Fengqing was just saying that. Besides, if they really provoked the high-ranked beasts in the 100 Beasts Forest, would they still have a chance to come back? 100 Beasts Forest was more than 800 li away from here. There were countless high-ranked monsters there. If they really provoked the monsters, 2 middle-ranked martial artists would not have a chance to come back alive. Su Mafu tilted his head and looked at them. After a while he said, it's better to be prepared than not. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing did not pay much attention to the movements in Hope City. Qin Fengqing was really just saying it casually. This time they were not going to 100 Beasts Forest, but Hedgehog Ridge. There were almost no traces of high-ranked monsters in Hedgehog Ridge. Even the hedgehog they had discovered previously had not been seen for many years, so it might not still be there. The reason why he said that was because he was a man after all. He had heard Zhou Qiwei and her junior bad-mouthing him. In front of women, even if he, Qin Fengqing, did not give them the chance to fall in love with him, he could not lose face. Look, when he said 100 Beasts Forest, all the girls in Magic City Women's College were dumbfounded. When he returned, he would tell them about his heroic deeds. Those little girls would worship him from the bottom of their hearts. Both of them left the city and headed east. On the way, they met some troops and martial artists who had retreated from the front line. After Monster Sunflower City in the northeast joined the war, it had become Hope City's main enemy. Between the two cities, there were already sporadic battles. There were also 2 battles between martial artists of 1,000 people, and there were many casualties. Fang Ping frowned when he saw many people returning with wounds all over their bodies. There were even some who were missing arms or broken legs. There are a lot of martial artists dying every year. If this goes on, the number of martial artists who have grown up won't be as great as the losses. Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, what's the use of worrying about this? Do you really think you're the leader of humanity? You should worry about yourself first. If you really have the time, care about me and give me 3 to 5 billion. Let me enjoy it a little. Fang Ping snorted. Qin Fengqing said again, "Did you really kill a peak rank 6 martial artist? Also, they said you hired dozens of rank 8s to heal you. How much did you spend? Tens of billions." Qin Fengqing suddenly clutched his chest. It felt like his heart was throbbing. For a moment he could hardly breathe. He asked in a sharp voice, "How much?" "Just tens of billions." Fang Ping said lightly, "What's wrong? It's not like I'm spending your money. Why do you care how I spend it?" Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. "I'll rob you one day. Mother asterisk her, this kid was really rich. He had a small mineral vein like it was his trump card. Not to mention that it was not his. Even if it was his, would it be worth tens of billions? Definitely not. Even so, he still had to rob the high-ranked monster's territory. Compared to the high-ranked monster, robbing Fang Ping should be more cost-effective." Fang Ping sneered and pretended not to hear. He looked at the soldiers and martial artists who were retreating and said softly, "There seem to be a lot of high ranks in Monster Sunflower City. Magic City has been under a lot of pressure recently. With the two cities working together, there should be more than 20 high ranks. If it was not for killing a batch of high ranks last time, there might have been more than 30 people." Qin Fengqing squinted and said, "Why don't you sneak in and kill that sunflower monster? What do you think?" Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. Thinking of something, he murmured, "Monster Sunflower City is still far from Hope City. It's not a big problem. The big problem is Sky Gate City. I have to find a chance to destroy Sky Gate City." Fang Ping's eyes were burning. He said in a low voice, "When the instructors break through, the opportunity will come. Even if I can't destroy Sky Gate City, I have to get a batch of life essence back." With his previous experience, Fang Ping knew that under normal circumstances, these monster plants would not activate the life pool. However, if the high ranks were seriously injured, they would definitely activate it in order to recover their combat strength. At that time, it would also be when the guardian monster plants were at their weakest, or in other words, they would not be able to fully guard against intruders. If they lured the rank 9 Skygate City Lord out with full preparation, there should be hope in doing something big. Qin Fengqing's ears twitched when he heard this, but he did not reply. Needless to say, this bastard Fang Ping did not plan to bring him along. The next time he entered the catacombs, Qin Fengqing would probably not have a chance. However, if Fang Ping really brought MCMAU's grandmasters to do something big, he might have a chance. As the two walked, they gradually diverged from the retreating martial artists. Those people were in the northeast direction. They were going east to Hedgehog Ridge, not the same way. They were not in a hurry. After walking out of the daily activities area, the two of them found a secluded place, changed their clothes, and put on their long hair balaclavas. After changing, Fang Ping could not help but look at Qin Fengqing and say, "Don't follow me. Stay some distance away from me. I'll know you're fake when you release your vitality." Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath. When he felt the rank 3 martial artists' energy waves coming from Fang Ping, he said with some desire, "This is so King useful. Teach me later, maybe I'll learn it. If I pretend to be a rank 1, maybe I can kill a few rank Essex." If he learned Fang Ping's disguise technique, he could pretend to be a rank 1 or 2 martial artist and ambush those rank 5 and 6 martial artists. The effect would not be too good. "I told you, you won't learn it." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Hurry up, we might meet monster Sunflower City martial artists along the way. 1 in front, 1 behind. Kill 1 by 1. You better change back into your own clothes. I'll pretend to be a hunter. It'll be more effective. How do we split the loot?" 73. I'll let you down. I don't really care. Middle ranks in the catacombs are mostly poor. Qin Fengqing thought for a while and quickly hid again, changing back into his own clothes. After a while, he could not help but say, "Take it easy. If you meet one of our own and get killed, don't blame me for not warning you." In this situation, if he met an unfamiliar human grandmaster, The chances of him getting killed was not low. I don't need you to remind me. I'm on guard. Fong Ping's mentality had long spread out. He was not only on guard against the catacombs' martial artists. He had always suspected that the two major companies might want to kill him in the catacombs. It was not a big secret that he was going to the catacombs. Who knew what those people were thinking? Chapter 434. Bang! In the wilderness, the rank 5 martial artist who was fighting with Qin Fengqing had a blank look on his face. Before he died, he forcefully turned his head to look behind him. Fong Ping's fist pierced through his back, shattering his internal organs. At this moment, he was all smiles and said, "Sir, Monsterwood City has already joined forces with the Land of Rebirth martial artists. Don't blame me." The long-haired martial artist's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then his head tilted and he stopped breathing. Qin Fengqing hurriedly began to search the corpse, scolding, "You're so black-hearted." This guy, he was about to die, and you still lied to him. Your black-hearted was boundless. Fong Ping sneered. "I'm a Monsterwood City martial artist. Did I lie?" You, Qin Fengqing, was speechless. He's dead. Are you addicted to pretending? Although he said that, his hands did not slow down. He quickly gathered all the spoils and stuffed them directly into his big pocket. Fong Ping did not care. Unless this guy had a storage ring, he could not hide it when he returned. It was the same to let him do manual labor first. After killing the rank 5, Fong Ping lamented, "The catacombs martial artists are so pure." I said I was from Monsterwood City, and they believed me. I shouted "sir" a few times, and these guys took it seriously. "This IQ," Qin Fengqing said tiredly, "you pretended to be a rank 3. How could they not believe you? You're just a rank 3 martial artist. What else can you do?" It was not unusual for Monsterwood City martial artists to appear here. Now that both cities were at war with Hope City, Monsterwood City martial artists had also begun to set foot in the east. If Fong Ping was a middle-ranked, these people would be more cautious. However, he pretended to be a rank 3 martial artist. The rank 5 was confident that even if Fong Ping wanted to scheme against them, he did not have the ability. In the end, they were overconfident. Fong Ping led them to Qin Fengqing. The other party wanted to kill him, but they did not expect Fong Ping to sneak up on him. Killing an early-stage rank 5 martial artist was a sneak attack. The other party did not even feel it. It was exceptionally easy to kill him. Qin Fengqing did not care whether he was black-hearted or not. After all, he had killed him. After calculating his own gains, Qin Fengqing stroked his chin and said, "Why don't I lure a few rank 6 to kill and see? These people are too poor. Can you handle it?" Fong Ping said exasperatedly, "A rank 6 martial artist might not die in one punch. If he doesn't die, it'll cause a huge commotion. Forget it, I'll do it later. Let's go to Hedgehog Ridge first." With that, Qin Fengqing carefully walked forward. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not feel pressured at this moment. He did not try to conceal himself either. He walked forward casually. He was a catacombs martial artist. Unless the catacombs martial artists ambushed him as well, he did not have to worry about human martial artists. Human warriors rarely set foot in this area. Although Monster Sunflower City wasn't located in the east, it was still considered to be deep in Monster Sunflower City's hinterland. Human martial artists wouldn't set foot there now. The sneaky Qin Fengqing watched him swagger around the wasteland and felt a little envious. This feeling was too good. Unlike him, who was extra careful, this was already considered the hinterland of the Catacombs City. Although there weren't many martial artists from Monster Sunflower City here, if he were to encounter a level 6 powerhouse, he would have to be careful not to be killed in one move. A few hours later, Fong Ping grinned as he crushed a rank for martial artist's head. He sighed. "We're almost like brothers. I can't bear to kill you." Qin Fengqing scurried out again and began to search the corpse. As he searched, he complained, "What the hell are you doing?" A rank, for you could have killed him in one move. We talked for more than half an hour. Fong Ping chuckled. What's wrong with chatting? I have nothing to do anyway, so I gathered some information. This guy is interesting. He wants to take me in as his subordinate and even wants me to be his guard captain. F***CK. I really want to follow him and just enter Monster Sunflower City directly. Qin Fengqing felt tired again. You're really something. Although Fong Ping laughed, he still said, but we didn't chat for nothing. We're on the same side, so we don't have to hold back when we talk. This guy still said a lot of information. Fong Ping used his mentality to probe. Seeing that no one was coming, he said as he walked, that sunflower in Monster Sunflower City does have sunflower seeds. It produces more than 10 seeds every year. Some of the powerhouses in Monster Sunflower City can be bestowed with the seeds to enhance mentality. No, they call it divine power. However, 1 or 2 seeds have limited effects. If there's more, the effect should be good. Guess, how many high-rank powerhouses are there in Monster Sunflower City? How many? 19. Fong Ping's eyes were burning. 19, and this guy knows. Monster Sunflower City's strength is much stronger than the few cities I know. Forget about the sunflower monster. The city lord didn't say anything either. The other party doesn't have many rank, 8 venerables, 3 and 14 rank, 7 chieftains. This is the city with the most among the few cities I know. It should have a lot to do with these sunflower seeds. Otherwise, there shouldn't be so many. So many! Qin Fengqing was also very tempted. He said softly, Fong Ping, if you sneak in, you might not be able to snatch the rank 9, but those martial artists who received the reward, most people use them when they get them. How much do you think they have left in stock? Fong Ping shook his head. Only a fool would save the heavenly treasures that he urgently needed and not use them. Like Fong Ping, if he encountered something that was useful to him, he would definitely use it. Unless it was a resource that he could not use at the moment, or that was not very useful to him anymore, then it was possible that there would be a stock. 4 rank, 9 powerhouses. Those sunflower seeds were probably useless to them, so they were rewarded to those martial artists to cultivate high-ranked ones. However, the martial artists who received the rewards were usually peak rank 6. Under such circumstances, there were very few who could survive. Qin Fengqing thought about it and felt that it was true. He said with some regret, then it'll be a little difficult. The House of City Lord should have some in stock. Some big clans and sects might have some in stock too. However, these people were difficult to deal with. Even if Fong Ping sneaked in with his strength, it would be extremely difficult to get a batch back without anyone noticing. Fong Ping ignored him and continued, also, I have a rough understanding of Monster Sunflower City's situation. It's similar to our human society. It's divided into 3 forces: sects, clans, and the House of City Lord. No, we also have to count the civilian martial artists. Right now, we've encountered the most people from the House of City Lord's forces and the civilian martial artists who were recruited. There are not many martial artists from the sects and clans who participated in the war. However, it hasn't come to this. Otherwise, the City Lord would be their sky. If he asked them to fight, no one would dare to disagree. Also, Monster Sunflower City has recently expanded its army. Its military strength is more than Skygate City's, close to 300,000 troops. Monster Sunflower City has a total of 3 million people. 1/10 of the military strength is deployed. These cities in the catacombs are crazy enough. Of course, 300,000 was not all martial artists. If there were 300,000 martial artists, it would be too scary. However, the ratio of martial artists was not low. Gigantic Willow City's military strength was not that high. It was probably only tens of thousands of people. Magic City should have something to do with the many years of war. Qin Fengqing said indifferently, What's the use of knowing this? Fong Ping sneered. What do you know? This information may seem useless, but it might not be. Let's not talk about other things. Hope City might not know about this information that I asked so easily. 19 high ranks. Do you think Hope City knows about it? They might not. If some of the high ranks don't fight, they won't know. Some of the high ranks from the Catacombs clans and sects don't always fight. Skygate City only figured out the situation after fighting for a long time. That's true. I wonder how much it can be sold for. When Fong Ping heard this, he said impatiently, Am I that kind of person? Of course, this kind of information is free. How can I charge for it? Qin Fengqing shrugged and said indifferently, Up to you. We better hurry up. Otherwise, the sky will be dark when we get there. That's right. Are we going to dig in the mines in broad daylight? As Fong Ping said this, he suddenly said in a low voice, Other than this, there's another piece of information. It's quite interesting. What? In the Catacomb cities, the House of City Lord will hold a youth martial arts competition every year. Martial artists who perform well and have a strong background will have a chance to reach the top in a single bound. This guy doesn't know much, but according to him, he has a brother or relative who won this spot a few years ago. Then he was sent to the secret place for training and hasn't returned yet. Restricted area? Qin Fengqing also guessed this. He raised his eyebrows and said, In other words, the Catacombs geniuses are actually not here. Haven't you guessed it before? Fong Ping was not surprised. He said with interest, Say, if I participate in the competition and get a spot, will they send me to the restricted area? Don't even think about it. Can you hide it from a rank 9? It was true that Fong Ping restrained his aura and condensed energy particles outside his body, but high-ranked powerhouses might not be unable to see it. Fong Ping chuckled. That's hard to say. The other party might not be able to detect anything unusual. However, this kind of thing usually requires a clean background. My identity can't stand up to detailed investigation. Moreover, the Catacombs' restricted area must be full of danger. He did not want to go now. If he went and could not return, it would be troublesome. As he spoke, Fong Ping raised his eyebrows and said, Someone's here again. You leave first. Qin Fengqing did not delay and left quickly. After a while, Fong Ping tidied his clothes and sighed. Not very friendly. I said that I would rely on him to be his vassal. How dare he look down on a rank 3 like me? He deserves to be beaten to death. Qin Fengqing was too lazy to reply now. However, he had some thoughts in his mind. This scam was very successful. Maybe he should try scamming a few rank 6 martial artists later. Anyway, Fong Ping was the main combat strength. He could just be a bystander. At this moment, it was almost nightfall. Qin Fengqing walked for a while and suddenly said, We've reached Hedgehog Ridge. Fong Ping looked ahead and said in surprise, I thought it was just a small hill. It's actually such a huge mountain range. In front of him, the majestic mountain range continued to rise and fall. It was much more majestic and bigger than he had expected. This place was already 500 to 600 li away from Hope City. Qin Fengqing, why did you think of coming here? Qin Fengqing grinned. If I said that I'm here for an outing, would you believe me? Get lost. Qin Fengqing grinned and then said, Actually, I'm here to look for treasures. The treasures of the catacombs are either in the mountains or in the big forest. There's nothing good in other places. Hedgehog Ridge is near the catacombs. It's relatively safer. Not many people explore it. If there's something good, there should be a lot of it here. Before the war with Monster Sunflower City, the east side wasn't too dangerous. I'm here to see if there are any natural treasures. I heard that someone found 100 honing fruit in Hedgehog Ridge. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. Really? Don't just say it. If it was true, would it be your turn to look for it? Anyway, someone said it before. It's good stuff. Qin Fengqing laughed. The 100 honing fruit is specially used to hone the internal organs. I was rank 3 at that time. Didn't I want to prepare for middle rank in the future? If I found 100 honing fruit, I might be able to enter middle stage rank 5 quickly. From rank 4 to middle stage rank 5, the internal organs were constantly honed. Upper stage rank 5, veins, sculpting, and peak reshaping. Energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit had relatively milder energy, similar to the energy of life essence. It was more effective in honing the internal organs. Then how did you find the mineral vein? Qin Fengqing suddenly shut his mouth. He would not tell Fong Ping that he was the expert in digging holes. At that time, he searched and searched, but could not find it. Then he encountered a middle-rank monster. In desperation, he found a place to hide, dug a hole, and dug out a mine rat. Since this thing was called a mine rat, it meant that it was only active near an energy mine, and it was not an ordinary garbage mine. Mine rats did not have much strength, but their energy requirements were not low. They were somewhat picky and would not stop if there were no high-grade energy stones. After digging out the mine rat, Qin Fengqing naturally knew that there was a mineral vein underground. He was going to continue digging, but after a while he felt his breathing was not smooth and realized that there was a high-ranked monster. He was willing to do anything for strength, but he was not at the point of seeking death. Feeling the pressure, he immediately remembered the location and ran. Qin Fengqing did not say anything, so Fong Ping did not ask. He released his mentality, and then his expression changed slightly. There are many monster auras in the mountains. It's not easy for you to survive. Stop talking nonsense. I wonder if old Huang is here. Qin Fengqing looked around. At that moment, the two of them had not entered the mountains. At this time, he did not hide anymore. He said, after entering the mountains, go straight ahead and cross 4 small hills. There is a big canyon there. The mineral vein is on the other side of the canyon. As for where it is, you will know after digging. As for where the high-ranked monster is, I don't know either. Take it easy and don't dig into its nest. If you die, then you die. Don't come to me for revenge. Fong Ping sneered. You're not dead yet. How can I die? As he said that, Fong Ping exhaled. All right, I'm going in. You wait outside. I'm going in too. Fong Ping frowned. You're still worried at this time? If you go in and you don't hide your aura, it will be more troublesome if you're discovered. Qin Fengqing thought for a while, rubbed his head and said, then I'll go look elsewhere and see if there are 100 honing fruits or other things. You and old Huang, when you're done, make some noise. I'll come out to look for you. He did not enter the catacombs, just to lead the way. It was also good to get some good things to help with cultivation. The current him was much stronger than before. All right, take it easy. Don't make too much noise. Do I need you to teach me? Chapter 435. At the same time Fong Ping entered Hedgehog Ridge, Tianmen City, City Lord Residence. Suddenly, there was the sound of shattering utensils in the hall. Bastard! Damn it! On the throne, the master of Skygate City flew into a rage and said angrily, does the golden-horned beast really think that I don't dare to kill it? The hall seemed rather deserted. In the past, there were more than 10 high-ranked powerhouses. Now, there were only a few left. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the sole remaining commander of the Leopard Army said softly, Wood King, that golden-horned beast has already planned everything out. If we start a war with it now, the martial artists from the Land of Rebirth won't just sit back and watch. Damn it! The Lord of Sky Gate City was furious. If it weren't for the heavy losses they had suffered before, and the death of 2 commanders, the threat of the golden-horned beast would have been nothing to worry about. However, right now, king-level powerhouses could not simply make a move. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a chain reaction and trigger the powerhouses from the Land of Rebirth to make a move. He could not attack, or rather, he could not attack with his full strength. Even if he wanted to protect the Divine Tree, he had to defend Monsterwood City. The remaining commander, plus 5 commanders, really want to find trouble with the golden-horned beast. Do not know who will kill who. But that golden-horned beast was getting more and more outrageous. Now, the The golden-horned beast forest had almost expanded to the city gates of Monsterwood City. If this continued, the other party's target would most likely be the Mines of Life. It was impossible to advance from rank 8 to rank 9 without a large amount of energy. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the Leopard Troop commander added, "We have already communicated with the 100 Beasts Forest, Mount Royal Sea, and the Desert of 10,000 Ants. The kings of the Forbidden Lands will not allow the golden-horned beasts to continue wandering outside. Having one more king realm powerhouse means that their status will be affected." The 100 Beasts Forest had already sent a message to summon the golden-horned beast to the 100 Beasts Forest. Then, why hasn't it left yet? The Wood King grew even more furious. At this moment, he was sitting on the throne high above, and he could almost see the lush green expanse outside the city. The golden-horned beast was getting more and more presumptuous. It wanted to invade the Mines of Life. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the Leopard Troop commander hurriedly said, "Before this, there were already demonic beasts coming to the 100 Beasts Forest. I thought it wouldn't be long before the golden-horned beast left. At this moment, it doesn't dare to disobey the will of the Beast Kings." The Lord of Sky Gate City suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he looked outside and said coldly, "If the golden-horned beast doesn't leave now, even if it attracts the attention of the powerhouses of Hope City, I will definitely kill it." The Mines of Life were the foundation of Monsterwood City's existence. That demonic beast was constantly testing the limits of him and the guardian divine tree. If he allowed it to continue, it would be dangerous if it invaded the Mines of Life. Although a rank 8 would not pose a threat to their lives, if they were not careful, they and the divine tree would be distracted by the people from the Land of Hope. Then the other party might invade the core area and seize the life stones inside the mining area of life, including the Fountain of Life. This was absolutely intolerable. This was also the foundation of Monsterwood City. Even if they had the intention to move now, it would be built on the mining area. He was prepared to move the mine and the divine tree together. Although it would cause a certain amount of damage, after a few years of nourishment and the effect of the divine tree, Monsterwood City would not be destroyed at all. Now, this rank 8 demonic beast wanted to destroy the foundation of Monsterwood City. Hearing what the Wood King said, everyone in the hall did not speak. Although the Wood King was a king realm powerhouse and was much stronger than the golden-horned beast king, who had just entered rank 8, the golden-horned beast's defense was also extremely strong. It might not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. Moreover, the Wood King's strength had not improved in recent years. 3 years ago, the divine tree had a section of its trunk cut off, and it was still recovering. Once the Wood King and the golden-horned beast were entangled, Monsterwood City would be in danger. The golden-horned beast was not an outsider. As a local demonic beast, when it came to a critical moment, the golden-horned beast would bow its head to the few forbidden lands. It might attract some kings of the forbidden lands to stand up for it. Killing the other party was too difficult. The Lord of Sky Gate City vented his anger and said, "What did Monster Sunflower City say?" "King, Monster Sunflower City is not willing to provoke the golden-horned beast for no reason." "For no reason?" The Lord of Sky Gate City was furious. "That demonic beast is invading Monsterwood City's mineral vein." Everyone remained silent. Perhaps Monster Sunflower City was eager for their mineral vein to be invaded. When that happened, Monsterwood City would lose the foundation to build a city and stand on equal footing. Without the mineral vein, they could only rely on Monster Sunflower City, and the others would probably turn to Monster Sunflower City instead. Clearly, the Wood King understood this as well. Seeing that everyone in the hall remained silent, the Lord of Sky Gate City's expression was extremely gloomy. Since when had he fallen to the point of being bullied by a rank 8 demonic beast? The Lord of Sky Gate City was furious. Outside the city, the Jiao was lazily continuing to plant trees. It had been working like this for many days. Wherever the tree went, that was its territory. This was a fact that was recognized by both the demonic beasts and demonic plants. When it planted on the demonic tree's territory, then its territory would be its territory. Anyway, the demonic tree was injured, and it was not afraid of it. As for the Wood King of Monster Wood City, the Jiao could not be bothered. It had been so many years. There was nothing it did not understand. If it really came, it could just run there since it was so close to Hope City. If it fought in front of their gates, the powerhouses there would not sit idly by. When it invaded the mining area of life, took the ores, swallowed the spring of life, and maybe even swallowed that stupid wood. When that time came, it would also become a king-level demonic beast, and would also be called a Tao Father King. It would not care about the orders of the Forbidden Lands. As it was planting trees, the Jiao's golden giant suddenly trembled. It turned its head and glanced at the demonic beast that had followed. Roar! The Jiao growled. The demonic beast that looked like a Pekingese trembled all over, but it still refused to leave. It growled in a low voice. The 100 Beasts Forest had summoned the golden-horned beast for an audience. This was the decision of the kings. The golden-horned beast had been dragging its feet. This was the 3rd time it had come. If it did not go, it would anger the kings, and that would be a big deal. The Pekingese growled a few times, and the Jiao's giant eyes showed a hint of anger. Boom! In the next moment, a thick power of heaven and earth appeared on the golden-horned beast's horn. Like a lightning strike, it hit the Pekingese. The Pekingese flew back dozens of meters, smashing through countless trees. Its flesh burst open, but it still refused to retreat. It continued to growl. The golden-horned beast did not dare to kill it. It was the king's messenger. If it killed it, the kings of the Forbidden Lands would not let it go. The Jiao's eyes showed even more anger. The reason why it did not go to the 100 Beasts Forest was because it did not want to see the kings of the Forbidden Lands. If it went, those guys would never allow it to invade Monster Wood City's territory again. If it refused, it might be forced to stay in the 100 Beasts Forest. Seeing that the Pekingese was still growling, the golden-horned beast ignored it and continued to plant trees. Even if the king of the Forbidden Lands came out, it would not go. Even if the kings of the Forbidden Lands came out, it would just go then. It was about to ignore the Pekingese, but the Pekingese growled again. This time the Jiao was a little angry. Boom! Boom! The sound of a drum being hit could be heard. The Jiao's golden horn exploded with a strong burst of celestiality, hitting the Pekingese and sending its flesh and blood flying. The 100 Beasts Forest was using its clan to threaten it. The golden-horned beast clan was not the only one. It was a clan, and it was the king of the golden-horned beast clan in the 7 southern regions. The Jiao's forest was a battlefield. When it left the Forbidden Lands years ago, it chose this place to set up camp for a breakthrough. However, the golden-horned beast clan did not leave with it. The 100 Beasts Forest was also the main living area of the golden-horned beast clan. The celestiality struck. The Pekingese could not resist at all. It did not dare to resist, but it continued to growl. The kings had run out of patience. If the golden-horned beast king did not go to see them, it would mean that it had disobeyed. The kings of the Forbidden Lands would not allow it to invade Monster Wood City's mining area. After a while, the Jiao's giant eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. After a while, the Jiao growled and slapped the Pekingese away. The next moment, it rose into the air and flew towards the 100 Beasts Forest. Hedgehog Ridge. Fong Ping concealed his aura and advanced cautiously. Soon, Fong Ping crossed a few mountains and arrived at the big canyon that Qin Fengqing had mentioned. At this moment, the canyon was extremely quiet. Fong Ping did not know if Huang Jing had arrived. After waiting for a while, he had no choice but to reveal himself to see if Huang Jing was there. As soon as he revealed himself, a black shadow scuttled out from nearby. Fong Ping was extremely vigilant and hurriedly retreated. When he saw that it was Huang Jing, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Vice-Chancellor, you've arrived." "Sure." Huang Jing gestured and said in a low voice, "There is indeed a rank 7 monster here. It's very close to us. Its habitat is deep in the canyon. I may not be able to kill it successfully. Later, I'll lure it out. You sneak in and see if you can take away some energy stones. If you can, that's the best. If you can't, don't force it. If you can't kill it, retreat. Don't stay for long. I'll give you a signal. Remember, this place is very close to the 100 Beasts Forest. Although the aftermath of a rank 7 fight is not strong, you still have to be careful of luring out the monsters in the 100 Beasts Forest. Vice-Chancellor, is it very strong? I can't tell for now. Judging from its aura, the probability of it being an early stage or middle stage rank 7 is higher. However, monsters have their own unique survival techniques. You may not be able to kill it easily. Remember to always conceal your aura. Once it finds out that you've snuck into its nest, it's very likely that it will abandon me and go back to look for you. Early stage or middle stage rank 7. It shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with it, right? Huang Jing had already started preparing beforehand. Fang Ping felt that the old man might not have agreed to enter without some confidence. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "There are exceptions to everything. Anyway, be careful. If you didn't conceal your aura, I wouldn't have dared to let you follow." Got it. As he said that, Fang Ping began digging a hole in the ground. Huang Jing's face darkened. He was speechless. "What are you doing?" "Digging a hole. Dig deep into the ground. The mineral vein is in front. Didn't I say it was in the innermost part?" Fang Ping nodded. "I know. However, if it really comes back later, I'll dig a tunnel first. It'll be more convenient when we escape." As soon as he said that, Huang Jing was speechless. This kid's experience in escaping was quite rich. Fang Ping was still sharing his experience. "You can't just dig one. Dig a few more. Otherwise, if it really comes back, there will be a commotion while I'm digging. I'll be easily discovered. If I dig a few more, when it really comes back, it'll be difficult for it to find me." Huang Jing was helpless. He could only say, "Then hurry up. It's already discovered me. It's not moving now because it's not willing to leave its nest." Got it. Fang Ping's movements were swift. At this moment, he was no longer using the chaos-vanquishing saber to dig a hole. Instead, he was using an engineering shovel made of alloy. This thing was specially prepared by him for digging holes. Moreover, its grade was not low. It was made of B-grade alloy. If others knew about this, they would probably be envious and want to kill someone. Some rank 5 and 6 powerhouses mostly used B-grade alloy weapons. Fang Ping, on the other hand, used a B-grade alloy shovel to dig holes. It was too extravagant. Fang Ping did not care about this. If the quality was too poor, how could he mine? Some of the accompanying ores in energy mineral veins were not low in hardness. If the quality was too poor, he could not even dig it. Last time, he had to use the chaos-vanquishing saber to dig it open. After digging for a while, Fang Ping poked his head out of the hole and said, "Vice-Chancellor, you should lure it away. Even if you can't kill it, at least keep it occupied for a while." "Oh, right. If you feel that you can't kill it, you should act weak. If you act like a coward, it won't call for help. Who knows, it might want to kill you wholeheartedly and won't come back so soon." Huang Jing was helpless. "Do I need you to teach me?" Speaking of which, he really did not want to act weak before. Maybe I should act weak first. Give Fang Ping some time and lower the other's guard. Then, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to kill it in one strike. As Huang Jing thought about it, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was a rank 7 martial artist who had fought countless battles. Yet he still needed to learn from this kid. How embarrassing. Few martial artists would think of acting weak, especially when the other party might not be as strong as them. Naturally, they would crush and kill the other party quickly. He paid no more attention to Fang Ping. In the next moment, Huang Jing waited for Fang Ping to enter the hole. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his aura bursting. At the same time, in the depths of the canyon, a strong pressure rose. bringing with it a strong sense of anger. The monsters in the canyon had long discovered Huang Jing. However, guarding the mineral vein, it was better to avoid trouble. Maybe the other party was just passing by. He did not expect the other party to provoke him. As Huang Jing's aura grew stronger and stronger, a furious roar came from the depths of the canyon. Then, an afterimage flashed in the air and disappeared. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion came from above the canyon. Underground, Fang Ping did not raise his head to look. When he heard the commotion, Fang Ping quickly began to dig deeper. Now that he had reached peak rank 5, his golden bones were complete, and his half-golden body was condensed. His digging speed was even faster. Even if he encountered some rocks blocking his way, they were like mud in Fang Ping's hands, quickly digging a hole. After digging for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. This mineral vein was indeed not big. He was not far from the depths of the canyon, yet he had not found any accompanying energy ores. After all, when he was in gigantic Willow City, he had dug more than 10 li away from the core of the mineral vein. He had already dug to the location of the mineral vein, and that huge mineral vein covered a radius of more than 10 li. That's true. If there really is a big mineral vein, 100 Beast Forest is not far away. There are so many monsters inside, so there must be monsters who have found it. They might not be occupied by a rank 7 monster. Thinking about it, no matter how small the mineral vein was, it would not be too bad. If it was too bad, it would not be able to keep a rank 7 monster. Fang Ping did not mind that the mineral vein was small and continued to dig deeper. After digging for more than a minute, the thunder in the sky continued. Fang Ping's face lit up. He had reached the area where the mineral vein was. At this moment, he had also dug out some accompanying energy ores. These things were usually used as supplementary materials for forging weapons, but Fang Ping was not too interested. He would dig out the mineral first. The engineer's shovel quickly dug towards the accompanying ore. After digging out the surface, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He saw energy stones. No, not energy stones, just some raw or filled with some energy. The purity was extremely low, probably less than 5% energy content. This thing could not be used for cultivation, not even in the energy room. There were too many impurities. However, this thing was also reclaimed by the government, so it was worth some money. Now that he had dug this, it meant that the high-concentration energy stones were not far away. Fang Ping did not want to waste it. This was worth more than the accompanying ore. His storage space was very big now. For cubic meters was not small. He would store it first. If there was no place to store it, he could just spend his wealth to expand his storage space. This low concentration ore was not worth much. 1 cubic meter of it was already 1,000 caddies. If it was sold by the caddy, it would be worth hundreds of millions at 100,000 per caddy. 500 million wealth could be expanded by 1 cubic meter. It was not like he could only use it once, so Fang Ping would not lose anything. Calculating the pros and cons in his heart, Fang Ping did not delay. The engineer's shovel kept digging, sending the ores he dug into his storage space. After digging for a while, Fang Ping's eyes lit up again. The concentration of the energy stones was getting higher. This won't do. I have to go to the core area first. If there's still time after I'm done, I'll dig outside. Thinking of this, Fang Ping could not care less about the low concentration ores in the periphery. If Huang Jing could not kill the monster, he could only drag it out. Who knew how long he could drag it out? Fang Ping followed the direction where he sensed the energy concentration was high and quickly dug forward. This time his speed was even faster. In less than a minute, Fang Ping had dug hundreds of meters. As he dug, there was nothing in front of him. Fang Ping fell out of the stone tunnel. F*CK, this monster transformed the core area into its own lair. At this moment, Fang Ping landed and looked around. He immediately guessed the situation. The monster had no intention of sustainable development. In gigantic Willow City, No one would stay in the core mining area. They would only open up some passageways to infiltrate energy for people to cultivate. When martial artists cultivated, they only used the overflowing energy and did not directly consume the high-rank energy stones. However, this monster did not consider this. It simply built its lair in the core mining area and directly absorbed the energy of the surrounding high-rank energy stones. Fong Ping looked at the cave. There were many energy crystals on the walls that had been completely depleted. His expression was a little ugly. This monster deserved to die. How many energy stones had it consumed? The depleted energy crystal was like a crystal, illuminating the entire pit in a magnificent manner. However, Fong Ping only felt his heart ache. He was not in the mood to appreciate it. At least 100 caddies had been consumed. This was already a small number. Perhaps it was more. After all, this cave might have originally been an energy mine. A caddy of high-rank energy stones has a market price of about 4 to 500 million. The school buys it back for 30 credits per gram, so a caddy is 15,000 credits. Nowadays, MCMU's credits had somewhat depreciated. Many people were not willing to exchange 30,000 for 1 credit. However, even if it had depreciated and the credits could not be exchanged, 1 credit was still worth 20,000 wealth points. A caddy of high-rank energy stones was 300 million wealth points. Fong Ping scanned around and made a judgment in his heart. Even if a large number of energy stones had been consumed here, there might still be 100 caddies of high-rank energy stones left after mining. If all of them were his, then it would be worth tens of billions. This was not less than the hundreds of caddies of low-rank energy stones he brought back from gigantic Willow City last time. The value would only be higher. Thinking of this, Fong Ping did not delay and quickly began to mine. The energy crystals on the surface were all waste. The more Fong Ping dug, the more his heart ached. This monster was wasting God's resources recklessly. After absorbing so many energy stones, it was still rank 7. Trash among trash. What a waste. After cursing in his heart, Fong Ping quickly dug out energy stones that had not been consumed. Not all around were high-rank energy stones. There were also some associated ores and low-rank energy stones mixed in, but there were many high-rank ones too. Fong Ping's eyes shone brightly. He hurriedly stuffed them into the storage space, using both his hands and feet to mine quickly. This one is at least 300 grams. This one is at least a caddy. F*CK. There really are cultivationating energy stones the size of a human head. These words kept ringing in Fong Ping's heart, but his hands did not delay as he dug quickly. After 2 or 3 minutes, Fong Ping could not hide the joy on his face. It was just a small mineral vein. Although the monster had consumed most of it, he had actually dug out 100 caddies of cultivationating energy stones. Tens of billions in my hands. If I keep it all for myself, I might be able to gather 100 billion wealth points. Fong Ping's excitement was at its peak. Seeing that Huang Jing had not sent a signal, Fong Ping did not leave and continued to dig around. There were still many low-rank energy stones there. No matter how worthless they were, it was still relatively speaking. After digging for a while, Fong Ping suddenly raised his head, slightly dazed. Things can grow on energy stones? Only then did he notice that there was a grapevine-like plant growing above his head with a few fruits hanging down. He had been so focused on the energy stones earlier that he had not noticed this. Is this the 100 honing fruit that Qin Fengqing mentioned? Fong Ping remembered that he seemed to have seen a picture of it in the Catacombs Illustrated Handbook, but he had never seen the real thing. He really didn't know that this thing grew on energy ores. That's true, it's very normal. This kind of fruit has a high energy concentration. Without energy stones, I'm afraid it can't bear fruit. Fong Ping did not even think about it. He plucked it, roots included, and stuffed it directly into the storage space. Another sum of income. Just as Fong Ping put away the 100 honing fruit, a loud roar suddenly sounded, mixed with anger. At the same time, in the outside world, Huang Jing's expression changed slightly. The energy fluctuations were gone. That bastard Fong Ping. Could he even block the energy of energy stones? He had not thought of this before. Now that the energy fluctuations were gone and the monster's senses were sensitive, the monster that was fighting with him also felt the disappearance of the energy fluctuations and was thoroughly enraged. A thief was stealing its life, or, for monsters, advancing required a huge amount of energy. Without the life ore, it might not be able to advance to rank 8 for the rest of its life. The next moment, the porcupine-like monster roared, its voice traveling extremely far. Chapter 436. The monster that Huang Jing was fighting was the hedgehog beast. Its body was covered with spikes like a hedgehog, and it barked like a dog. The name Hedgehog Ridge came from the existence of this monster. At this moment, the hedgehog beast was furious because the mine of life had been stolen. It howled, no longer caring about fighting Huang Jing, and turned to run back to its nest. Huang Jing's expression changed slightly. Celestiality intertwined around his body, the curtain, and forcefully pulled the hedgehog beast back. Retreat! Huang Jing growled. His voice traveled very far. This was a hint for Fong Ping. The hedgehog beast was also a middle stage rank 7, and its strength was similar to his. At this moment, the hedgehog beast was extremely angry. Huang Jing was not sure if he could stop it. If the hedgehog beast returned, Fong Ping would be in danger. This was not what Huang Jing was worried about. The hedgehog beast's howl seemed to be calling for help. 100 Beasts Forest was more than 200 li away. Logically, the hedgehog beast's howl should not have been able to reach there. More than 200 li was not a short distance, and a rank 7 monster could not do that. Even if both sides fought and the energy fluctuations were intense, powerhouses could only sense it from 20 to 30 li away. The battle between 2 rank 7s was not too strong. Only a rank 9 powerhouse could sense the energy changes from a distance. Even though he thought so, Huang Jing still did not dare to be careless. There were still some middle-rank monsters in Hedgehog Ridge. This rank 7 monster should be the king of Hedgehog Ridge. Even if he could not summon reinforcements from 100 Beasts Forest, the number of middle-rank monsters in Hedgehog Ridge would still cause him some trouble. This monster is not easy to kill. Killing a monster of the same rank was extremely difficult. The human grandmasters were actually not weak. These people had fought in many battles throughout their lives, so they were not afraid of demonic beasts of the same level. Huang Jing was confident that he could defeat the other party. The key was that defeating and killing were 2 different concepts. Did that kid Fong Ping run away? Huang Jing thought about this as he struggled to deal with the hedgehog beast. Huang Jing, who originally wanted to delay for a while, suddenly had a change of expression. He cursed. Nothing good really happened. I'm dead because of you. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly poked his head out from the underground tunnel and shouted, I'm not done digging. Dig my ass. Run. Huang Jing yelled. After he finished yelling, he added, Don't show your face, run. Fong Ping was a little confused. Huang Jing did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The monster did not seem to be a match for him. At this moment, he was holding it back tightly. A rank 8 monster is coming. No. Huang Jing's expression changed again and again. This time his face was really pale. He said in terror, 2 rank 8s and 1 rank 7s. Run, you idiot. He was about to die of anger because of Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing. Damn, didn't they say there would only be 1 demonic beast? Didn't you say it wouldn't be a big problem? Down below, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. At this moment, from the depths of the Hedgehog Ridge, a pressure rose into the air, and a golden light flew toward them from dozens of li away. It wasn't a monster from the 100 Beasts Forest. There was actually an 8th grade monster in the Hedgehog Ridge. Fong Ping was about to vomit blood. That bastard Qin Fengqing. Didn't he say that there were no high-rank monsters in Hedgehog Ridge? Even if there was, it would at most be a demonic beast guarding the mine. Not only Qin Fengqing, but the humans' records of Hedgehog Ridge were the same. High ranks were nowhere to be seen, but there were a few rank SXS. But now that the rank 7 guarding the mine had come out, there was actually a rank 8 monster in the depths. Not only that, Huang Jing said there was more than one. There was also a rank 8 and a rank 7 rushing over. Fong Ping didn't sense it, but he believed that Huang Jing wouldn't lie. "Vice-Chancellor, you run too," Fong Ping roared. Then, without another word, he burrowed into the ground and ran. What was the point of digging the remaining low-ranked ores? He should run first. If he didn't leave, Huang Jing would find it hard to leave too. If he left, Huang Jing would have a chance to escape. Just as Fong Ping burrowed into the ground and left, Huang Jing's expression was already extremely ugly. Earlier, he was the one holding back the rank 7 monster, but now the monster had also sensed the arrival of reinforcements, and it was now holding Huang Jing back with all its might, not letting Huang Jing leave. Demonic beasts were also intelligent. This hedgehog beast hated the guy who stole its mine of life, but after the other party revealed his head and burrowed into the ground, it couldn't detect the other party's position. Since that was the case, then it would hold back the guy who lured it out, kill him, and then go find the little thief. Huang Jing looked at the golden light coming closer and closer from the depths of Hedgehog Ridge, and the aura of the rank 8 monster on the periphery was also gradually approaching. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're asking for it." At this moment, this monster had made up its mind to hold him back. If he couldn't escape, he would be in trouble. Originally, he was looking for an opportunity to kill it in one blow, but he never found the opportunity. At this moment, Huang Jing couldn't care less about whether he could kill the other party or not. Even if he could, he might not be able to bring the corpse away. Thinking of this, Huang Jing no longer hesitated and suddenly shouted. At this moment, the look in the hedgehog beast's eyes changed. In the next moment, the hedgehog beast's body trembled, and countless long spikes pierced through the void, attacking Huang Jing in an instant. These long spikes were its life-saving trump card. Every long spike had experienced countless times of tempering, and its sharpness was not weaker than the chaos-vanquishing saber. At this moment, hundreds of long spikes shot out from its body. The long spikes were mixed with celestiality, and each one was enough to kill a rank 6 martial artist. When hundreds of them attacked at the same time, even a rank 7 powerhouse would have to be careful not to be heavily injured. Huang Jing snorted coldly. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Unfortunately, the other party had not used it before, and now it was the same. The reason why the hedgehog beast suddenly erupted was not to kill Huang Jing, but because it had sensed danger. Just as its long spikes shot out, a golden short sword suddenly appeared in front of Huang Jing out of thin air. The short sword was about 30 centimeters long, more like a blade without a hilt. The moment the short sword appeared, the void trembled slightly, and Huang Jing's face instantly turned pale. Countless celestiality surged into the short sword, disappearing quickly. Everything happened extremely fast, so fast that the long spikes had not yet attacked. In the next moment, the short sword exploded with an unparalleled force. In the distance, the golden light that was less than 10 li away trembled slightly, and its speed instantly slowed down, as if it was hesitating. Huang Jing did not care about this, and suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The short sword shot out in an instant. Halfway through, hundreds of long spikes, which were originally extremely tough, instantly turned into powder when the short sword brushed past them. The remaining ones lost their strength and fell from the sky. Woo! The hedgehog beast let out a shrill howl. It felt that its life was in danger. Uft! Just as the hedgehog beast was about to fly backward to escape, the short sword pierced through the void and directly through its head. Huang Jing's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and used his mentality to guide the short sword. In the next moment, the short sword flew backward and landed in front of him, then disappeared into thin air. Old Wu's condensation is too strong, and it's not my own divine weapon either. I can only unleash the power of one attack. Huang Jing cursed in his heart. Everything had been planned out well, and this was the source of his confidence in killing the rank 7 monster. But now, next time, he would never believe Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing. He was really out of his mind. How could he believe what Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing had said? Was he out of his mind? At this moment, he could not care less about cursing. Looking at the small, weak hole that had appeared in front of the hedgehog beast's head, Huang Jing wanted to dig out the core of the brain and heart. But at this moment, the golden light nearby seemed to have realized something and was already attacking quickly. Huang Jing was a little unwilling, but at this time, there was really no time to collect it. If I had known, I would have used my full strength the moment I started. That was what he thought. But at that time, the hedgehog beast would still be at full strength. He might not be able to kill it in one attack. And if he could not kill it, the situation would not be any better than now. Moreover, if he really lured out the rank 8 monster deep in the forest, Fong Ping might not be able to dig out any energy stones. After all, Huang Jing was not a young man. At this moment, he was only thinking, but his movements did not slow down. The moment the short sword was withdrawn, Huang Jing did not look back. He did not even look at the hedgehog beast in front of him and quickly fled south. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Forest was to the east, the rank 8 monster deep in the Hedgehog Ridge was to the north, and the rank 8 aura was also coming from the west. Only the south was the only way out. Those 2 brats, they better pray for their own good. Huang Jing really could not care about the 2 of them. Moreover, he was out in the open. If these high-ranked monsters wanted to kill him, there was a high chance that they would also be chasing after him. He hoped that these 2 fellows could find a chance to leave, or else it would be over. At the same time that Huang Jing exploded and killed the hedgehog beast in one attack. In the Hedgehog Ridge, Qin Fengqing hid in a small call, gulping. You really can't blame me. Under normal circumstances for a mountain like this, having one high-ranked monster was already the peak. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, just like the Jiao's forest, which also only had one high-ranked monster. This was because it was very difficult to tolerate a second high-ranked monster wandering around its old nest. He did not expect that there would be a rank 8 monster in the Hedgehog Ridge. Looking at the distant sky, Huang Jing fleeing at high speed, the monster falling from midair, Qin Fengqing was still a little tempted. However, when he saw a golden light approaching, in the next moment, the golden light arrived, exploding with a mournful roar, and then quickly chasing after Huang Jing. Qin Fengqing was a little frightened. The rank 8 monster is going to kill old Huang. Old Huang is in danger. Qin Fengqing was helpless. As for the place where the monster landed at this moment, he already saw countless middle and low-ranked monsters gathering there, not sure if they were going to protect the carcass or to devour it. I'm going. The daylilies are already cold. I can't do anything about old Huang. I'll just run faster. Oh, right. Qin Fengqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Fortune came from danger. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing's gaze fell on a place tens of li away. That was the depths of the Hedgehog Ridge. Earlier, the rank 8 monster flew out from there. Where the rank 8 monster is, there shouldn't be any other monsters. Now that it's going to kill old Huang, doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. This time entering the catacombs, he had not gained anything yet. Now, old Huang was being chased, and Fong Ping also did not know where he was. It was also hard to say whether he had dug out the mine or not. If he wanted to break through, he would not be able to do so without a lot of resources. He did not believe that there was nothing good in the place where the rank 8 monster was. If there was really nothing, even a rank 7 monster might not be able to occupy a mineral vein. Let's do it. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing did not hesitate anymore. Taking advantage of the large number of monsters heading towards the Grand Canyon area, Qin Fengqing ran almost close to the ground, sprinting towards the depths. Rank 8's nest. Hopefully there would be something good. Also, Old Huang must hold on for a little longer. Bring the rank 8 and run far away, or else, when the other returned, he would also be finished. Qin Fengqing did not escape. Instead, he ran towards the depths, wanting to take the opportunity to rob the rank 8 monster's nest. Underground, Fang Ping also sensed the energy fluctuations of Huang Jing's escape. At the same time, he also sensed the disappearance of the rank 7 monster's aura. Just as the rank 8 monster chased after it, a head suddenly popped out from the weeds at the edge of the canyon. Staring at the monster's corpse that had fallen a few hundred meters away, Fang Ping's eyes showed a hint of struggle. Should I take it? This was a divine weapon. Fang Ping was actually extremely surprised that Huang Jing could kill this rank 7 monster so quickly. He did not see how Huang Jing killed it, but a monster that was similar to his strength was actually killed so quickly. Huang Jing obviously had some secrets. Fang Ping could not guess at the moment, but he had a general idea. He had already killed it. If he ran now, would it not be a waste? To be able to kill a rank 7 monster in seconds, not even giving the other party a chance to self-destruct, with its brain and heart intact, this was extremely rare. Usually, rank 8 or 9 powerhouses, even if they killed those monsters, would choose to self-destruct when the monster was no match for them. A complete corpse is really too rare. In order to kill this monster, Old Huang must have paid a huge price. I can't waste it. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not hesitate in an instant. He dug into the ground, drilling toward the place where the monster had fallen. The monster is about 5 meters long, 3 meters tall, and 2 meters wide. If I want to take it away in one piece, then I need a volume of 30 cubic meters. No wonder I rarely see people bring back high-ranked monsters. At most, I can just bring some brain, heart, blood, and the like. It's too big. Such a big monster could not be taken away by ordinary people. Even top-notch powerhouses could only take some of the precious parts after killing the monster. Fang Ping, on the other hand, wanted to take the whole thing away. In reality, there was no time for him to cut it. Huang Jing did not choose to cut it because there was not enough time. My storage space is not big enough. I need to expand it at least by 26 cubic meters, and it has to be according to the monster's size. With more than 13 billion wealth, is it worth it to bring back a monster? It's worth it. Fang Ping thought about these thoughts as he dug his way through. A complete rank 7 monster's carcass was extremely valuable. Other things aside, a complete rank 7 monster was equivalent to a complete divine weapon. Its flesh, blood, and bones could be sold to exchange for other supplementary materials. A divine weapon, even the lowest grade, was shockingly expensive. Among rank 7 martial artists, not many had divine weapons. Very few people had rank 8 ones. Rank 9 martial artists might not even have rank 9 divine weapons. They might only have rank 7 divine weapons. This was also normal. It was obvious how rare divine weapons were. At this moment, Fang Ping's wealth was still close to 17 billion. Without further consideration, Fang Ping quickly began to expand the storage space's surface area. His wealth was consumed by 500 million. In a short while, more than 10 billion wealth was consumed. This was probably the fastest wealth Fang Ping had ever spent in his life. However, in order to take this monster away, Fang Ping was going all out. The moment the storage space's expansion ended, Fang Ping's head appeared a few meters away from the monster's carcass. At this moment, The other low-ranked monsters had not arrived yet. However, Fong Ping could already see the monsters' silhouettes. Ignoring the monsters, Fong Ping crawled out of the hole and quickly approached the hedgehog beast's carcass. In the blink of an eye, the carcass disappeared. Some of the monsters that were rushing over from afar saw the carcass disappear. Many of them were confused. Why was it gone? However, Fong Ping did not care about that. He breathed a sigh of relief and scanned the storage space that was filled to the brim. He was extremely satisfied. This time he had gained a lot. At this moment, the only thing he needed to worry about was whether Old Huang could escape the rank 8 monsters' pursuit. Thinking of this, he remembered what Old Huang had said earlier. 2 rank, 8 monsters. Fong Ping glanced at the 100 Beasts forest from the corner of his eye. Had they already discovered him? Was there another rank 8 monster rushing over? He did not see the golden light. Fong Ping did not care anymore. He would run first. Fong Ping quickly crawled into the hole. Just as he was about to crawl, Fong Ping seemed to sense something and could not help but turn his head to look. Behind him in the distant sky, a golden light was flying leisurely. Fong Ping's expression turned uglier than a dead man's. What kind of joke was this? Why did the figure in the golden light look so familiar? This place was more than 600 li away from the Jiao's forest. I must have seen wrongly. Fong Ping shuddered. He must have seen wrongly. He did not dare to look any more. He did not have time to look any more. He quickly burrowed into the ground. Whether it was or not, he had to run. This was too strange. The 100 Beasts forest was 200 li away. The monsters there had yet to arrive, but the Jiao from 600 li away had actually arrived. Stop joking. The golden light must have been too bright. He must have seen wrongly. I must have seen wrongly. Underground, Fong Ping looked terrified. He was not afraid of other monsters. If he hid his aura and hid underground, the other might not be able to find him. But this Jiao, Mother *Ker, it was too familiar with him. It only hid its energy aura. What about his scent? In the next moment, Fong Ping, who was underground, started to take off his clothes. He had to be careful. He had to be careful. That fellow had eaten a lot of his vitality. Among the catacombs' powerhouses and monsters, it was the one who was most familiar with him. Don't scare yourself. Even a rank 9 can't find me. It definitely can't either.